Hello, everybody. Welcome back to this special business meeting. We are on now to, we're actually going to suspend the order of the agenda to deal with item 4.2, which is the Brennan Park Cricket Pitch and Splash Park update in advance of the budget discussion we're going to have following. So we have staff here to do that. So I will turn it over to our staff to introduce themselves and run us through the topic.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council, members of the public. My name is Megan Latimer. I'm the General Manager of Community Services here at the district, and my pronouns are she and her. I'm also joined with our Director of Recreation, Jay Dio, and our Parks Planner, Elaine Naseby, as well for this presentation. The objective of this presentation is for staff to seek council direction on recreation infrastructure priorities, specifically the scope and budget of the Brennan Park Field and Lands Cricket Pitch and Splash Park projects. To provide a little bit of historical context, the 2021 Brennan Park Field and Lands Master Plan involved extensive community, internal staff, and council engagement and took place over 3 phases between 2018 and 2021. The master plan was adopted by council in December 2021 and sets out placeholders for important uses, areas, and recreational features, and prioritizes short, medium, and long-term needs and where they may be accommodated within the whole of Brennan Park's fields and lands. In the slide here, we can see a detailed progress report on implementation over the last 2 years, with the majority of the short-term goals in progress and several goals already complete, including the addition of the dog park, the bike skills park, and the BMX park upgrades. Goals have been started and completed as funding and resources have become available, in particular from working with community organizations. There are a number of challenges that impact the ability of the district to meet growing community demand with current resources, including new and emerging sports requests for field space, land, and supporting infrastructure, as well as growing sports needs, which exceed uses included in the Brennan Park Field and Lands Master Plan, for example, pickleball. We also are experiencing heavily subscribed field and facility space, as well as limited staff resources and revenue within and outside of parks and recreation. The proposed cricket pitch and splash park fall within this current context of high community demand and realistic capacity limits, and we'll discuss each in more detail now.
In 2022, Squamish Cricket Club submitted a formal proposal to add permanent cricket infrastructure within the district. Cricket pitches were not a recommendation in the 2021 Brennan Park Lands and Master Plan, BFLMP, because cricket emerged as an organized sport in Squamish after the Master Plan engagement period took place. However, Squamish Cricket Club has worked with staff and submitted their proposal, which is aligned with the land use agreement process in the BPLFMP. Adding permanent cricket infrastructure would allow Squamish Cricket Club to enter provincial league play. By creating higher quality playing experience, it would support the expansion, development, and growth of the sport. Squamish Cricket Club raised funds towards cricket infrastructure and approached the district to contribute the balance. As a result, the 2024 to 2028 financial plan includes $49,000 to support the development of cricket infrastructure, $14,500 in capital funding through the Community Amenity Contribution, CAC, funds, and $34,500 earmarked from Squamish Cricket Club. An engineering consultant was secured to assess the optimal site for a future pitch. Brennan Park Gras Fields was recommended by the consultant as the ideal site for pitch construction. As outlined in the report to council, the main benefit of the site includes its large size, the ability to build a pitch between soccer fields, and pre-existing use by the club. The site provides a large area where a full-size cricket pitch within game boundaries fits. Staff supports the consultant recommendation as other sites are not currently viable or have additional cost and environmental impacts if they are considered. The consultant recommends considering 2 pitches. However, staff are recommending the installation of 1 pitch. Although the club requested the district to consider up to 2 pitches at the site, 2 pitches in the recommended locations would prevent 2 cricket games from being played concurrently due to space limitations, have impacts on existing soccer field layouts, and require additional capital funding not currently identified. Additionally, installing 1 pitch will allow the district to support growth of cricket in Squamish while assessing overall usage of the new amenity. For the pitch, staff concur with the location placement recommended by the consultant, specifically in the area between 3 and 4 as shown, or fields 3 and 4 as shown in the image. This location would have the least impact to existing sport groups and meet the boundary requirements for the sport. Placing cricket pitches within the middle of baseball fields has been done with success at other local pitches, including Norgate in North Vancouver and Connaught Park in Vancouver. Staff are recommending the district pay for the entire cost of the infrastructure, $49,000 for one pitch funded through CACs. Co-investing in capital infrastructure with sport organizations is not always best practice, especially for smaller infrastructure. Paying the full cost of capital infrastructure for cricket ensures both real and perceived district ownership of the pitch. Full ownership ensures clarity and accountability of the asset and allows staff to determine optimal long-term designation without obligation. In addition, the capital infrastructure cost and operational cost estimated at $28,000 annually is required for park staff to manage the equipment changeovers between sports and overall field maintenance related to the addition of the pitch. Should the cricket pitch be built, operational costs related to the infrastructure would begin in 2026, as the pitch is not likely to be completed until Q3 2025. With the potential development of a permanent cricket pitch, Squamish Cricket Club and all other users would continue adhering to existing field allocation processes through the field allocation process and policy. Field rest period, conflicts, existing allocation, and game size needs to be continued, or will continue to impact short-term availability for cricket. Comprehensive review of allocation policies and policy across all recreational assets is required to ensure more equitable access, and will determine how cricket and other sports users access fields over time.
As Megan highlighted,
maybe we'll just take a break and we'll try to have questions on that first piece. Sorry to make you shuffle again, but I think that might serve us best as we work through this here. So, Council, on the cricket piece, and just for those, we also have Councillor Stoner joining us remotely for this session as well. But any questions on the cricket piece, and then we'll get to the splash pad. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton, then Fennegill.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's great to see the cricket proposal come forward this year. A question about the one pitch versus two pitches. It was my understanding that Squamish Cricket were looking for two pitches and had a plan for fitting in those two pitches. I would assume that they know how they can manage two games at once. What's the difference between the engineering thinking about one pitch versus Squamish Cricket's desire for two, or perception that they can fit two?
Thanks for the question. Through the chairs to Councillor Hamilton. Yeah, so the two pitch recommendation doesn't allow them to play games concurrently. They prefer two pitches, but the cost that they developed initially is not aligned with the cost from the consultant recommendation. So that is one major barrier, is that their initial proposal included a cost estimate that wasn't aligned with what we received from the consultant. So there's no funding to support a second pitch at this time. The way that the field would be set up right now, between 3 and 4, would still allow for second pitch to be added in alignment with their proposal. And yeah, I mean, those are all obviously contingent on a host of things, but yeah, they could in the future potentially support a second pitch.
Yeah, thanks very much. That was my follow-up question, is this one pitch in a location that we wouldn't be able to put in another one later? This is in line. Yeah, great. My second question is the $28,000 per year operation or maintenance. Can you break that down a little bit? That's a larger number than I would have expected, considering the field is already gets mowed and gets tended. So I'm sure it's there. I just maybe underestimated how much it would cost. So can you break that number down a bit for me?
Yeah, I'll speak to a high level and then I'll just ask Director Story to kind of break it down further. So generally the cost is related to, as there's multiple activities going on at that area, baseball, for example, we put in temporary backstops throughout the year. So we need to move equipment around on the field to support the activities of both sports. So there's staffing costs that result from the moving of equipment, as well as potential field maintenance for moving equipment around as well. So at a high level, it has to do with the interaction of other sports. I don't know if there's anything to add, Director Story.
I believe Director James Story is online.
Are you able to hear me?
We are, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi to the chair, James Story, Director of Public Works. Yeah, primarily that's correct. We have to move temporary backstops and bleachers for the other sports out of the way of cricket and then put them back. And it has to be done in a fairly timely manner to avoid excessive downtime for other field user groups, which means we need to dedicate 3 people in a tractor to do all that very quickly. And the damage to the field as a result of the tractor being out in the field, so much turning, moving those pieces of equipment. That's only currently done once at the beginning of the year right now and once at the end of the year. So all the divots that are created from the turning movements will have to be patched.
You're good. Okay. Thank you. I've got Councillor Pettingill next and then Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, a couple things. One, I was a bit intrigued by the idea that it would be challenging to split the capital costs. And I'm just thinking, the name of it escapes me now, but the community partnership policy, I guess, in my mind was meant to address this sort of thing and make this sort of thing feasible. So I'm just wondering if staff can speak to, why this wouldn't be part of the solution or something that was addressed through that policy, or that policy would help us in a case like this.
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. As council is aware, we're currently in the process of updating the partnerships policy. So those updated policies will be coming back to council in early 2025. In terms of the district retaining ownership of the field and not necessarily entering into a partnership agreement here, this is based on best practice from what we've seen in other jurisdictions.
So should I infer from that, and I hope I'm not getting too far off topic, but that partnerships would just be sort of operational partnerships, and capital sort of in general will always be exclusive to us when partnering with community organizations? Is that kind of...
Through the chair, I can answer that question, Councillor Pettingill, and then feel free to follow up as well. I think it depends on the infrastructure as well. Smaller infrastructure like this can create more challenges for the district long term if we are, co-funding it. Larger infrastructure where there's more defined usage, more benefit to the community, broader benefit, may still be open. So I think it's case by case.
Okay, thank you. And just, do we have an understanding of the incremental cost, both, initial capital and ongoing operations for a second pitch now? Like, I'm presuming it's not doubling if you're bringing the tractor and 3 folks out to help move stuff around. Maybe they can do it all sort of in one go, and so there's a savings there. Can you speak? Do we know what the operation, the differential of doing 2 versus 1 now?
We don't have that cost. We can bring it back to council. I believe it was mentioned that there would be some efficiencies from building 2 versus 1 at the same time, but there's other challenges aside from the capital costs as were outlined. And yeah, I think those are consideration as well.
Yep, final one.
Yeah. Last one for now. Thank you. You see a number of fields. There's some, looks like sort of general purpose fields, some baseball fields, a cricket pitch in the middle. Can you just speak to, like, can you be playing cricket and soccer at the same time? It looks like it's sort of baseball or soccer right now. With the addition of the cricket pitch, is that competing? It sounds like it would compete with baseball. Does it compete with soccer for use, or is it sort of cricket or baseball or soccer and no concurrent use at all?
Yeah, my understanding, and maybe Director Story, you can jump in here as well, but there is conflicts between both sports, between soccer and baseball. So only one sport can be played at a time. Cricket's got quite a large boundary, a playing field boundary, which impedes onto other areas. So, and the games are quite long as well. So, yeah, there's definitely conflict between the three sports.
So just for clarity, then, if you were playing cricket, it would take out all opportunities for soccer and baseball in that whole sort of picture we see, I guess, on the left half of that picture on the screen.
I don't know for sure. I believe it would definitely for field 4 based on what we've seen from the consultant, and I think it impedes into field 3, but we can come back with a response for that as well. They do have different seasons as well, so that's notable. Soccer it does not conflict with cricket, as they operate in a different season, but baseball does.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, a few questions on this one. I just want to confirm that the cricket club has been informed and or agreed to the location that we're talking about. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Stoner. Yeah, they submitted a proposal. The cricket club submitted a proposal to the district, and they did identify the same location that the consultant recommended and that staff supports. So there's alignment with the location.
Great, thank you. And then picking up on Councillor Pettingill's questions around the wise practices of cost sharing. This is the staff recommendation in the report is actually quite a deviation from our approach to date, where we have typically sought some level of capital investment from different user groups in order to cost share. We know that we are stretched to the limit in order to address all of our capital infrastructure needs. And so really every dollar counts, whether it's 30,000 or 3 million for a new ice rink. I'm just wondering if staff can speak to the precedent that this sets in terms of the narrative that we've had that we actually want community organizations to seek grants themselves, to fundraise in order to support this. So much of our recreational facilities are already have been cost shared in the past or built by volunteers. And so why do we think we can do this on our own?
Thanks for the question again, Councillor Stoner. So through the chair, yeah, again, I think it's a case by case situation in terms of making those assessments. Yeah, the infrastructure for this in terms of a best practice, that perceived ownership may cause challenges in the future around how that site is best designated and used. For example, field allocation is tight in those spaces. So, we may not be able to provide allocated space if we take funding from somebody, there may be a perceived expectation for us to provide usage as well. So it has to align with, broader pieces in terms of how we deliver services. And again, just case by case, if there's a broader benefit, then maybe it's something that is considered.
I do appreciate that. I also hope that we're not spending $50,000 on something that we can't provide some level of allocation to. And so this is more to my council colleagues. I think I'm generally leaning towards encouraging the support of folks to provide capital funding. I think we can set a clear expectation that we are putting in a lot, $28,000 a year for maintenance and operations, and we just make that clear with each user group that just because they're donating money for capital doesn't necessarily guarantee a certain amount of allocation, but we will do our best to maximize it where possible. My last question was around the actual allocation policy. So in the staff report, it does speak to updating the fields allocation policy, which is something that has been raised by multiple user groups for many years. I'm just wondering if staff can provide an update on where we're at with that, and if that's something that will happen this year.
Thanks for the question again, Councillor Stoner, through the chair. So the plan is to start reviewing and updating that policy as of next year. Yeah, there's definitely a modern best practice to support, updated allocation policies across most local governments. So staff are excited to embark on that process.
Councillor French?
Thank you, Mayor. Wondering, can we get some additional insight into the potential field use conflicts between existing field users if the cricket pitch is completed? So you've already touched on it a bit. Apparently soccer and cricket are different seasons, so it sounds like there's no conflict with those two sports. Baseball, softball, rugby, maybe there are other users that I'm not thinking of. Or is there a possibility that those organizations may need to sacrifice some of their field time to make it feasible for cricket to function as well?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor French. So based on our existing field allocation process and policy, it's based on historical usage. So it's totally up to a user group if they decide they want to give up space towards another group's usage. The primary sport usage where the conflict exists, I believe there's rugby, but mainly baseball based on the seasons. So yeah, it's definitely up to that, but also the district will, when we update our allocation policy, we'll look at how do we provide more equitable access to all sports. So yeah, you may see something through there as well.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
And thank you. My question on this piece as well is, I understand there's a review underway. We're introducing a new use. Are we thinking that that new policy will align with the time that this new facility comes online, or what kind of gap are we looking at, and how do you and what does that look like if there is a gap between the two?
Yeah, good question. Thanks for the question, Mayor Harford. So yeah, the policy, as mentioned, the policy work should begin next year. The timeline for implementation for this field, when they'd actually start using it, would be spring of 2026. They could still use their temporary field as they use in 2025. I think I've thought about that, and that would be ideal if those things aligned. So yeah, that's something that staff will work towards. It does, allocation changes is a big process. In terms of this, the policies it's a newer policy that's being implemented, and the actual implementation takes a while as well. So I think it would be optimistic for 2026 in terms of implementation. But yeah, staff will work towards doing it as they can within capacity.
Okay, thank you. And in between here and there is a temporary facility, and that can continue to operate. So cricket can still happen as we sort of are working towards this new future state with a facility and a supporting allocation policy. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They would continue to use their temporary pitch based on their existing field allocation until the new pitch was created, and then they would use that and align with whatever policy we had in place at the time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pettingill?
So I just want to clarify though, what I think I just heard though is, unless council prioritizes the field allocation policy rework, then there's a risk that a pitch gets built and can't actually be used. The new pitch can't be used until that policy work is done. So we're really sort of setting an expectation on ourselves, maybe about prioritizing that allocation policy work, or risk having this new field sit idle. Is that a fair assessment?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Pettingill. Not necessarily. The pitch can still be used as they use a temporary pitch right now. It is limited access based on just historical use of field allocation. So they'll still be able to use the new pitch despite what policy is in place. But yeah, the review of the policy may change usage over time. So yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we leave time to get to the other piece of this presentation. So if you think it's critical, go ahead. Otherwise, I'd like to.
I just like, because we don't have we don't see the proposed second pitch location. Is it? And I'm sorry if you mentioned this, but is it such that if we did decide to fund 2 now, it would cause greater concurrency issues with other sports, or once you've put in 1, putting in 2 has the same impact on other sports with the current sort of location plans?
Yeah, through the chair, there potentially would be greater impacts because now you have a second pitch, which conflicts with more usage. So that is definitely a consideration as well. But then there's also issues around field layouts as mentioned. So things like soccer field layouts where the nets are permanently placed would need to be adjusted as well. So yeah, I think that's part of it. Part of it is also just assessment around the game, the growth of the game. It's new as well, and just understanding the need and demand for a second pitch.
Okay. I'm going to move us along to the next topic. Thank you so much for the detail on this piece, and we'll move on to the second piece of this equation for now.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As Megan mentioned, the splash park is shown as a high priority in the short term in the Brennan Park Fields and Lands Master Plan. There was a strong community response to a public survey in February 2024 with 915 responses. In that survey, there was a stronger interest in a splash park than a playground if respondents had to choose between the two. So 87% would prioritize the splash park, over 12% the playground. The splash park and playground project is budgeted at $1.8 million for the capital construction. That cost was based on typical splash parks that have been built, which have typically been drain to waste water systems. The location for the proposed splash park is shown on the screen. It's to the northwest area of the existing pool. That was chosen for synergies with a future pool expansion, with a co-location of a mechanical room from a splash park with a field house building that's anticipated to go in that area. And it's a nice spot with existing conifer trees providing shade for a future playground, nature play area. So a recirculating water system addresses seasonal water use restrictions and demand on the district's potable water supply. A recirculating water system is a new and emerging element of splash parks approved by Vancouver Coastal Health. In 2019, the City of Vancouver Parks Board commissioned a study on recirculating splash parks because they wanted to move away from drain to waste to recirculating. And so the result of that study was that Vancouver is now prioritizing splash parks where they can be co-located with recreation centers and only with recirculating water systems. The District of Squamish supply wells run at capacity in our drought summer months to provide potable water and fire protection. And so the added draw from a flow-through type water system would place the stability of our water system in jeopardy. Recirculating systems have higher capital costs and higher operations and maintenance costs. However, in time, drain to waste systems have high cost because of water metering and the cost for all of that water to flow through the sanitary or storm pipes, adding load to those systems. And so that's what's shown in that graph that's on the screen. So yeah, the addition of a recirculating water system adds $500,000 to the cost of this project, which is a similar cost to the playground. So the project timeline, as just an update on this project, has been somewhat impacted by the investigation into a recirculating system. Our efforts to co-locate this project with a field house building, because that project has its own timeline, and also grading as the field house building needs to be raised to flood construction level. So we're working through all of those items. And yeah, the operational costs for the system depend on the council direction. Change the screen. So today we are presenting four options for this project. The Class C indicative budget for the project shows us that there is a $2 million cost for a splash park with a recirculating system, which is $200,000 more than our $1.8 million budget. So option A is the splash park with a recirculating system with an extra $200,000 cost, so that is $2 million. Option B is a splash park, a playground, and a recirculating system, and that Class C cost is $3 million. Option C is to stay within our $1.8 million budget. For that, we would get a destination playground, and we would look at possible water play, ground play. So you see where there's water pumps and streams and sand and that sort of thing. Option D is to cancel the project and return the $1.8 million minus the design work to date back into the CAC fund.
So within the memo that was shared with council, there were 5 recommended motions, which we have here in front of you, and also an alternative. So we will turn it back over to council for any further questions and discussion.
Thank you. And council, as we enter this phase, if we can keep the first rounds of questions to just the splash park, and then we can figure out how we work towards the issues the questions we're being tasked with answering. I'll go to Councillor French to start us on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm curious to know, option C is the playground only option with maybe groundwater play, as you described. Does this option assume future expansion of the groundwater play area to eventually get us to a true splash park? Is that the direction staff is thinking with this?
Through the chair, that option would be independent of a future splash park. The water play wouldn't have nearly the same volume of water, so we wouldn't have the same water system.
Okay. And if council were to choose the option A, I'd like to get an idea of the level of confidence staff have for putting a splash pad into operation this coming summer.
Through the chair, our current estimate is that it will be constructed in 2025, but not that it will be operational in 2025. We have to go through a approval process with Vancouver Coastal Health, and we are also need to do the technical design of the mechanical water system. So if it happens before then that will be good news, but realistically, it will likely be in construction during 2025.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, then Pettingill.
Thanks very much. The field house, this seems to be it's been kept as an unknown for quite a while as to what the relationship between the field house is and the splash park, whether it's required for it. And I have some concern. We haven't seen any designs or cost estimates, detailed cost estimates for the field house. So I'm struggling to see if the splash park is dependent on this field house, how we might get that splash park constructed in 2025 if we haven't even seen plans for the field house yet.
Go ahead, Mr. Stoner.
Yeah, through the mayor, we have brought the field house over. It is on site. We did acquire that this year, and so we just need to renovate it. And there is room within that to house the required mechanical for the splash park.
So the field house is listed on our current budget for 2.5 million for 2025. Is that line item still correct?
Yeah, through the mayor. Thank you for catching that. No, 2.5 million is high. It will have to be adjusted. We just didn't hit the timeline for that. So we will get back to you with an updated figure for that.
Okay, thanks very much.
And that's an updated figure going down, which is a refreshing change, just as general commentary for this. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
I can understand why, although I'm a little uncertain now, certain things like I would assume Brennan Park and the field house might have to be above flood construction levels, FCL. It's not clear to me why we couldn't or wouldn't put the splash park in any park sort of at the current level. Are there key reasons why we can't do that?
Chair, the splash park likely will be at existing grade. It's just that connecting the splash park to the washroom without having excessive ramps or stairs is what we're looking at. So sort of nestling that building with the grading into the splash park design. The Vancouver Coastal Health Review is quite strict, and they, through their review of the splash park, they also look at the access to the washrooms and whether kids will be slipping or, you know, that it's like a safe access to the washroom and change room facility.
Okay, and so for clarity, that may necessitate putting the whole thing at FCL?
Through the chair, the building will be at FCL, and currently we're looking at bringing the grade down through sort of landform to a lower splash park.
Okay, thank you. And is there a reason why, or maybe this is the suggestion, that if we didn't do the park now, that we couldn't or wouldn't allocate the parkland for, you know, future park and just build the splash park now? Is there a reason why we should or would need to do both if we want to do both eventually?
Through the chair, for clarity, you're asking what's the implication of not going forward with the playground? No, it can definitely be a second phase. The rationale of doing them at the same time is that it creates a very rich play environment. It's a destination where kids will play for a longer period of time between the playground and the splash park, but we can separate the two projects.
Thank you. And on that point, so option A, splash park only, is the protection of or the marking of that space for playground and thus the aspirations for future budget or whatever, is that captured in option A? Is that staff's like assumption under option A, or if staff or if council wanted to ensure that that was the case, we would need a more explicit action?
Go back to the previous slide.
Through the chair, the proposed playground area is shown, you can't see it too well on the screen, but it's just north of the splash park where there's an existing stand of conifer trees. And so there aren't any other current plans for other elements of the Brennan Park Fields and Lands to go in that zone, but council could make a motion to preserve that spot for that use.
Okay, thank you. Council, other questions on the splash park, and with an eye towards we're being asked to choose an option A to D on this particular piece. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. Just looking to confirm that at the 1.8 now $2 million price tag for the splash park, if that's the way that council chooses to go, that's like there hasn't been a reduction in the anticipated size of that splash park, right? Like it's still a destination splash park unto itself, but just the recirculatory system is adding the $200,000.
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah, and I have to say that we've gone from sort of a Class D to a Class C cost estimate, and that's where we're seeing this increase. This is our best information to date. As we move into Class A, there is a possibility of a higher cost or a reduced scope, but that is a possibility. That's not what we're working with right now.
Okay, can you just speak to the contingency that exists in that Class C estimate?
Through the chair, I think I have it here. We have a 15% contingency on that. And a 5% inflation amount as well.
You're good for now, Councillor Stoner? Okay, other questions? Seeing none, we have some recommendations before us. The first three are related to the cricket proposal, or part of this presentation, and then the final two are splash park related. So I think it might be easiest, it's sort of presented as one recommendation. To help move us through this, I'm going to move I'll move the first three recommendations around so staff recommendation regarding the the cricket pitch, both capital and operating considerations. If there's a seconder. Second by Councillor French. I'll be brief here. I'm happy to see a path forwards with this. This is something that we've contemplated at least conceptually in the past, although it wasn't enough to get it over the line. So I was happy to see the field allocation piece spoken explicitly too, and I think that alone and the challenges that we have there, I think I appreciate staff's recommendation to fund this in its entirety. And we know that fledgling, emerging groups always have a challenge with funding, and I think that this group will be well served with that, holding onto those funds and using them to further develop their organization and their capacity. And I think it also puts us in the strongest position to manage this in a responsible way going forward with all the considerations and pressures we have on our facilities, and all of that hopefully supported by the new allocation policy as well. So I think this is a totally appropriate course of action, and appreciate the recommendation. I'll go to Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Cricket players and enthusiasts of the sport have definitely proven their commitment to the creation of a pitch here. And this is a sport that has global, massive popularity in a community that is multicultural. And I just know from my own moving around the community that there's a lot of interest in cricket right here in Squamish. So moving forward to create a pitch at Centennial Fields and funding that field in the way that staff is recommending, it all gets 2 thumbs up for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Anderson. Can I come around?
Thank you. I'll also speak in support of this resolution. To quote Mr. Deo, a facility fully owned, operated, managed, and maintained by the district ensures real and perceived ownership. I think this is an important consideration, and I also agree with Mr. Deo's comment that this needs to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. It also applies to other types of facilities, cultural facilities. We have a diversity of experiences and cases, if you like, with respect to partnerships and what is appropriate or doesn't work. The Eagle Eye Theatre and the Senior Center come to mind as examples where we can learn or have learned from experiences. So I support the approach of the staff on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I will be supporting the motion. I am not completely comfortable with the move towards not receiving partnership funding. In this case, I see the challenge, or the way I see the challenge is that getting time on that cricket pitch is going to be a challenge. And if a community organization has contributed money, there will be an expectation, I think, to have time on that pitch. I think there are ways to manage that. And my challenge here, the trouble I have, or the discomfort I have here, is that we have very different expectations, and we've done very different things with things like the Sorka bike park, things like the BMX track. And I'm really hoping towards this partnership agreement policy that we're working on, that we can outline some of the guidelines that we're talking about case by case. What are the conditions upon which we might choose to go into a partnership or not go into a partnership? I think we owe our community clarity on that so that they know how to approach us if they want to improve our facilities in some way. So with that, I'll speak in favor of the motion. I really do look forward to seeing cricket played on those fields, even if it's not a 5-day test match.
I'm going to go to Councillor Pettingill, and then I've got Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I just want to start with a bit of a procedure question if I can. It's just, I have some discomfort with the first item about dictating the location. I don't actually have a specific problem with the location, but it feels to me like a level of detail, that I wouldn't expect council to normally. It feels a bit like micromanaging this piece. And so I'm just wondering, maybe for my own understanding of why we would sort of dictate the location of the cricket field, as opposed to sort of the general thing we're trying to achieve here.
Yep, thank you. Does Steph want to chime in on that? Yeah, or the process for splitting it out. I suppose we would. So actually, I think we know that there's a process to split that particular question out. We could also amend you could also propose an amendment to address that. I do think that occasionally it is appropriate for something that's like just for clarity to the public. What's there, not so much that we're dictating it. If I would be opposed to, for instance, an amendment that was prescriptive on an alternate to this location, but I think as a communication piece to the public, and particularly this not only this group, but particularly this group, some clarity as to where that's gonna land is worthwhile. But I take the point around the micromanaging, and if we started getting into a big debate about that exact location, then I would likely be in favor of removing being that prescriptive. So that's where my interpretation of, and we do have our staff was ready to speak to the process of severing motions and so on, but I think we're familiar. I don't think that was your question necessarily.
Okay, I guess I'll just leave well enough alone unless one of my colleagues wants to raise it. But I do think in when our broader fields master plan next iterations come forward, I don't want to set the public expectation that council is going to be micromanaging the placement of every field. And so I just, want to be sensitive to that. And I have some hesitation with taking on the full cost. To my mind, I was hoping and expecting the community partnership policy would allow community organizations to take financial ownership part and share as our community has for all time. I think here, because it's been moved, because there's a desire for the second pitch, and maybe that's there's an opportunity to accelerate that in this. But I would also like to say, from my perspective, what I'm sort of hearing is some hesitation to committing to cricket in the long term. And maybe that's a misinterpretation, but I think we're at a point where we are making that commitment regardless of where the funding is coming from, and we need to I think everyone understands we may have to juggle some things, move some things around, but from my perspective, there has to be a commitment to make sure that cricket can happen. And, our community has changed, and we need to make sure that we're reflecting the needs of our community. And some people may have to share more than they used to, because the community is different, as we all sort of struggle with getting along together. So I will support this as moved, but I just want to highlight that I do think it's important that we accept community partnership contributions, and community. Corporate is a whole other thing, but in terms of community involvement, and that we are, from my perspective, making a commitment to cricket with this. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I won't be supporting the motion on the floor as presented. I am 100% in support of putting in the cricket pitch. I think this is a great addition to our community. We know that this is an up and coming sport. Whether the money is coming from taxpayer dollars, community money contributions, or a combination of tax dollars and grant funding that is secured by a community partner, if we're putting the money in, there's an expectation that that asset will be usable. And so I think there's ways that we can ensure that even if the money is coming from a partnership agreement or a community partner coming forward with some of the capital costs, that we can ensure that we are adequately tempering those expectations. Those expectations are there either way if we're putting $50,000 into this asset. I think it's important to put the money into the asset. I just think more broadly, it's important that we maintain the general principle that especially for the growing demand for our recreation facilities and our limited capital budget, that there is some level of cost sharing. That's something that we have consistently advocated for, that we consistently tell different user groups and encourage them to be innovative, be creative, use the resources that they have to raise dollars so that we can get to all of our community's priorities over time. And it's not wholly on the shoulders of the district to do so. We take on a lot of cost through operating and maintenance of these facilities over time. And I think that's a huge contribution to our community. And I would expect community partners to come forward with some level of contribution as well. And there is a contribution here that already exists, that has already been secured through grants. And so I don't really understand why we wouldn't take that, given the tightness of our budgets. And so just on that principle, I won't support the motion. But I do generally support the direction of putting in the cricket pitches in this location and advancing the work on the field allocation policy, because I think that's the important piece of work here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Hamilton.
I'd like to test an amendment if possible.
Yep, go ahead.
So I'd like to amend the motion, item 2, to strike, contribute an additional $34,500 in community amenity contribution funds, and replace that with receive an additional $34,500 in funding from the Squamish Cricket Club. And then continue with the
yeah, I see where you're going here. I think the opportunity there would be maybe to sever this, because the alternative recommendation that's up, I think, gets that. So that would be an alternative to number 2. So maybe we can sever this into its 3 parts, and then we can grapple with that question. If number 2 fails, then we can consider the alternate, if you're okay with that. So
agreed. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just move that we sever these apart to facilitate that discussion. Does that need to be seconded, or is that something that chair discretion?
It doesn't. It's up to council. If you want to change the order, not consider them 1, 2, 3 as laid out here, then you need a motion.
Okay. Okay, so we've got them severed now. I know we just did general comments. If we do these in the order, we don't need in the order presented, we don't need a motion to that effect. So just for moving through this, we'll speak specifically to, I think everyone's weighed in on the overall, but if you have anything specific to this first point, I heard general agreement around the first bullet, which is to approve the installation of 1 permanent cricket pitch between baseball fields 3 and 4 on the Brennan Park Gras fields. I don't see any hands for comment here. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Opposed? Councillor Pettingill opposes. Motion carries. We're on to item 2, which is how we fund the capital portion of this. And the recommendation here, or what was moved, was the staff recommendation on this particular piece. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor?
Before calling the question on the staff recommendation, could I call the could I amend that one to call the alternative to the staff recommendation before the staff recommendation? I hesitate to get us into a situation where we fail in one and then don't meet the other.
So I'll just look to our staff here for support. So you're looking to amend this second point to essentially swap it out for the alternative staff recommendation. Is that correct? Is that something we can do, or do we need to deal with this motion as sort of as presented, or is that too much of a change? I just want to make sure we stay on side as we go through this.
I would suggest, because this motion's already on the floor, that if you would like to swap it out for the staff recommendation, that you put an amendment on the floor, and then we consider the amendment.
Okay, go ahead. So I think that's what he was saying. Using an amendment to achieve that. Go ahead, Don.
Yep. So I'd like to put an amendment on the floor for item number 2 to replace item number 2 with fund the cricket pitch through 14,500 of CAC funds while receiving 34,500 from the Squamish Cricket Club.
Thank you. And Councillor Stoner is seconding that. So on the amendment, although effectively we're going to be debating the amendment potentially twice depending on how this goes, but would you like to speak to why you're making this motion?
Yeah, I think that a lot of Councillor Stoner's logic is similar to mine on this item. I think it's wonderful that the Squamish Cricket Club has gone through the initiative of raising the funds, and I think that we need to, we really, if we want to extend our recreation infrastructure, we need to support this type of initiative so that we can do this in a timely and financially feasible manner.
Thank you. Any other comments on this particular motion? Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't be supporting the amendment. I'm satisfied with what we heard from staff today around the logic for taking the staff recommended direction. And I like the idea of our cricket enthusiasts hitting the ground financially sound to purchase all the other things that go with the sport. Software for scheduling leagues and uniforms and equipment. They clearly have got a strong financial base to make all of that happen. So teamed up with the district to provide the facility and the club taking care of those other costs. I'm happy with the direction staff wanted to take us.
I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner and then Anderson.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. To be fair, I think we're making assumptions both ways that the money that the folks from cricket have is actually transferable to other uses. Often when you apply for grants, it is specific for what it is that you applied for. So I'd like to caution us in suggesting that that could be used for other things unless we actually know that is the case. Again, I think that this is an issue of fairness. We held the same bar for folks from pickleball, despite that was a little bit of a more contentious and extended process, but there was an expectation that they put money forward. And I think with every community group that I've spoken to, this continues to be something that I've definitely reiterated. And so I think it's an important standard to uphold. I also want to recognize that our community money contribution pot of funding, the reserve, is not endless. There's only $1.5 million left in it at the end of the day, and we just added $200,000 to the splash park unto itself. So again, while it feels like a small amount of money, every single dollar counts when we're trying to achieve the community recreation benefits for our community as a whole. And so that's why I'd urge my colleagues to support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
I won't repeat earlier comments I made regarding the advisability of, as staff has suggested, examining these on a case-by-case basis. In this case, I would suggest that because of the location and the co-location of facilities and uses, and because of the operational issues that may arise from with the introduction of cricket, that it is best that we follow the staff advice, that we have a partnership that ensures real and perceived ownership on the part of the district. The maintaining a general principle of cost sharing, I don't think can be applied to every case, and I don't think that this is such one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. I think it's important to take advantage of the potential financial input from user groups. We have a lot of big expenditures coming up, and as Councillor Stoner mentioned, every dollar counts. I think the concerns that staff have mentioned about the any perceived priority access of any user group could be easily addressed through suitable language in an agreement.
Thank you. I move the original recommendation from staff, and in doing so, I really appreciate their assessment and also taking on lessons learned. So the financial piece, I think, is incredibly important. Our next topic is going to be dealing with exclusively the budget. But there are other considerations, and there are lessons learned from this having gone well and this having not gone well in different situations that are represented in this staff recommendation. So as we're here in this room, I think it's really important that we do take into consideration the pure financial piece, and as well as what that actually means in practice to the community and to our staff that are tasked with executing whatever direction we choose in this room. So I won't be supporting the motion. However, I do believe that that this having groups, working with groups early on to identify opportunities for fundraising and what that could look like going forward is really important. But to me, the rationale of this one, its location, its impact to other users, makes it distinctly different from some of the other areas where we've seen this successfully happen, and reminds me of areas where we have seen challenges with it. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion. And seeing no other hands, I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? So we've got and opposed. So Councillor French, Anderson, and Mayor Herford opposed. Motion carries. So now we're on to the motion as amended. Anyone have comments at this point? Now that you see where we're going? Yeah, I see everyone catching up. I'll just speak to this briefly. As much as I've voted against the amendment, that was not enough for me, reason enough for me to not support this form of funding, this outcome. So I'll be voting in support. And looking around the table, I feel like that might be something similar to my councillor colleagues, but go ahead, Councillor French.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. And I have exactly the same thoughts. I support cricket. How we get there, how we fund it is a bit secondary to just having a pitch and having the sport in Squamish.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. So now we're on to our third and final piece of this, which is this service level change in the operating budget for $28,000 annually. Any comments on this piece? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for working through this, Council. But we have two more pieces left. So now we're looking for the splash park. We have options. Could I get staff, just if we're going to have the screen up, maybe we can go back to what those three options are. So these are the options that are, and we have staff recommendations that basically call out these options, have us choose these options. Go ahead, Councillor Storm.
I was going to move endorsement of option A. I'll speak to it if seconded.
Thank you. And that would, I'm just going to say when we're talking about this, unless otherwise specified, that it'll be for bullet points 4 and 5. They're linked. So
yeah,
option A on 4 and 5. I will second that. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I appreciate staff coming back with the details on this. And while I hate to say it, a cost escalation isn't all that surprising at this point. That $1.7 million had been a placeholder that had been in our budget for a number of years. And we know that adding the recirculating system to a splash park is a little bit more costly, but I think really important given where we're at with regards to a climate emergency, ensuring fair and equitable water use. But we also know that a splash park is a hot topic in our community and something that our community has asked for many, many years. And so I think delivery on this project is of utmost importance to me, as I've heard many times from our community members that this is something that is definitely wanted and needed. And I think that this is a good way to move forward. We have other destination parks that are being built and delivered within our community. So while I would really love to have a playground co-located next to the splash park, we have the oceanfront, we have the waterfront park. We have another park, a community park that's being built in Dentville at the end of No Name Road by the district. And so there's lots of park development underway. And I think that this is a good placeholder for a future park. But I think what our community is expecting and anticipating is delivery of a splash park. And so I would like to support moving that forward as swiftly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments here? Go ahead, Councillor Penningill.
Yeah, reiterate much of what my colleague said. I recall last term we decided to do this, to fund it from CACs and move on it fairly quickly. So we're, by my counting, at I think 2 years behind anyways. And I understand there's been lots of challenges and so on, but I'm eager to get moving forward with it. An additional playground on top. I can completely understand why people would like that even more, but we didn't budget or plan for that, and we have so many competing interests. That's something I'm more comfortable earmarking, and something to do in the future, maybe an opportunity for a community partnership, and highlight the community piece there. But I think we really need to focus on the splash park. I would consider, I'm not going to change the motion, but really concerned about the contingencies with the escalations. My understanding from everyone I talked to is that we may start to see construction costs and so on go down, and everyone's predicting inflation go down and so on. So I want to be really cautious about sending the market a signal that we are comfortable with possibly more increases, because I'm not. So I think we really need to make sure this is coming in within the contingencies we have, or maybe even a bit below. I can stomach the extra 200,000 here coming from CACs, but pretty close to the limit, and I am hoping we can do it and do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, just echoing my colleagues again here. I think our community would be happy not to allocate this extra $1 million for a park at this moment. I'm happy to hear from staff that this can be constructed in phases. And if we do decide in the future that we'd like to build a park there, we can just keep that door open. And I also really appreciate the fiscal prudence on behalf of staff for including both a 15% contingency and a 5% inflation contingency. So really optimistic that we can keep this within the this ask. Thanks.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. And for me, option A is the only option here. And some of my friends would argue that this splash park is not 2 years behind schedule, more like 20 years behind schedule. This is a long-term conversation around having a facility like this. And we've set an expectation that a splash park was going to be here by now. So there's many disappointed families that were hoping that they might get to use a splash park back in August. Clearly, that's come and gone, and we're not there. So I support spending as well a bit more to install a system that makes best use of our well water, the recirculation, and I heard clearly that we should not have the expectation that this facility will come this summer, and it's the summer of 2026. And if we do get it for a couple of weeks in 2025, that would purely be a bonus. I hope that that's how it plays out. And just a thought on the playground, pushing that out a few years works just fine for me, because our community surveys have clearly indicated that Splash Park is the highest priority for young families in our community, and those same families are willing to wait for a playground to get a splash park first.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be voting in support of the motion. I think that as others have stated, the splash park has been something that the community's been asking for a long time, and as we're getting right to the down to the final details of executing that. I think the recirculation piece is absolutely critical to do this in a responsible way, given our where we are in a climate and our water use in general as a growing community. So I'm happy to support this and see this advance. And I think in essentially here we're saying that we're phasing this overall project that did include a playground, and I'm happy with that. We know that the splash part is the main driver here, as we've heard through from our community. And I think as much as option B would have been great, which is let's get everything, we have some hard choices to make. And I'm happy with making this choice. I also think that option C, as much as I've seen these groundwater play pieces, it's not a splash park, and that's what we've been communicating with the community about delivering to them at their request. So I do think that option A is the responsible choice this time, and I'm happy to support it. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for helping us work through that. So now we're going to move on to item 4.1, which is the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. And I'm going to just give us a 5-minute recess to get staff an opportunity to get set up, and everyone else can stretch their legs. So 5-minute recess. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're on item 4.1, the 2025 to 2029 financial plan discussion around the general fund projects. So I will turn over to staff to introduce themselves and run us through the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Boxrud, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services, and my pronouns are she, her, so I can be addressed accordingly. I'm joined today by Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting. As well, we have several budget managers online or in council chambers to support council with questions you may have on specific projects. We are here with you today to present the general fund special operating and capital projects for the 2025 to 29 financial plan. Please note this workshop is addressing general fund projects only. The projects associated with utilities, the utility funds, will be presented next week. So the staff recommendation before you today is that the District of Squamish include the special operating projects presented in this report in the 2025 to 29 financial plan, and that the District of Squamish include the capital projects presented in this report in the 25 to 29 financial plan. So in terms of the agenda, we have a fair bit to cover today. I will start us off with a reminder of the budget workshop timelines and guiding principles, and then highlight some key challenges that the project plans face and efforts to minimize them. I will then review the progress that the district is making towards the long-term planning, asset management, and the reserve funding strategy. Ms. Turner will then walk us through the general fund special operating projects, and we will then pause for questions, comments, and address staff recommendations. Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering, and Jesse Morwood, Capital Projects Manager, will present the methodology that is being used to prioritize the capital projects. Although this is specific to the engineering team, a very similar methodology was used by the other departments as well. To note, the engineering department is responsible for the majority of the district's capital projects. Ms. Turner will provide us some highlights of the capital plan, and several managers are here to showcase a few notable projects. Ms. Turner will then go through the reserve continuity schedules, and Ms. Sousa will review the district's borrowing. Finally, we will end our workshop with the communications team demonstrating the new budget book tool, which was launched last week. This is an exciting phase of this tool implementation in the Questica software system. So each year, the district works toward adoption of the budget in December to enable staff to begin work on their projects and programs right away in January of the following year. Shown here is the year's timeline for 25 to 29 financial plan. We are currently at the third stage of the multi-stage process, presenting the special operating and capital projects workshop. Upcoming workshops include on October 22nd, next week, staff will present the utilities financial plan. On October 29th, staff will tie it all together and present a draft budget that incorporates changes made throughout each of the October workshops. The public information night will take place on November 6th, and with what we've heard from that evening presented to council on November 19th. And finally, the first three readings of the utilities rate bylaw and the 2025 to 29 financial plan will occur on the December 3rd and 10th, respectively, with the adoption on December 17th. The district conducts its financial plan process as outlined in the long-term financial plan guiding principles and financial plan policy, which has 4 principal categories that were developed to guide management and council in the financial planning process. I won't go into the details as we did present them in detail on the October 1st budget kickoff meeting. However, the categories include stable and sufficient, sustainable and equitable, prudent and flexible, and efficient and measurable. The project plan for both special operating projects and capital projects is determined by a set of criteria to guide staff on priority and timing. A primary criteria for determining what is put into the project plans are projects that address risks to the district, including critical asset replacement risks, projects that address health and safety concerns, or address a high degree of financial risk. The plan prioritizes addressing legislation-driven projects. For example, for capital, this could mean new regulation that requires an infrastructure upgrade. And for special operating projects, this could mean new legislation that requires a policy or accounting standard update. The project plan is also driven by the district's strategic plan that highlights priority projects in council's term and guided by the district's 15+ master plans. Funding availability is limited, therefore careful consideration is given to building the project plan timelines based on the prioritization criteria and funding availability. Funding for projects include reserves, borrowing, land sales, grants, DCCs, CACs, or ACCs, with the special operating project and with special operating projects only direct tax funding is also available. Finally, the project planning requires balancing staff resources and capacity to complete the plan, so careful consideration on what is realistically achievable with the current staff complement is required. In terms of challenges, municipalities in BC continue to face challenging times with increased cost pressures, increased borrowing costs, growing communities with diverse needs, housing shortages, and labor market competitiveness. In addition, the district has several large facility construction projects underway and is navigating the challenges of a new major industry entering into the community. Inflation, supply chain, and supplier availability continue to be a challenge, although inflation is now projecting to ease in coming years. These pressures continue to impact the capital and special operating project plans. The district has invested significantly in upgrades to Brennan Park Recreation Facility, new fire halls, Valley Cliff Daycare, and a public works facility, which has put pressure on the district's borrowing capacity and requires land to fund, limiting available resources for future facilities investment in the financial plan. The district faces a number of disruptors, which include significant labor challenges, primarily around wage pressures in order to remain competitive with the Vancouver and Lower Mainland, and to attract and retain skilled employees, minimizing staff vacancies, and have the necessary resources to execute the district's capital and special operating project plans. The district will continue to execute on several large disruptor initiatives and projects in the 25 to 29 financial plan that require the district's financial and staff resources and include the Chikai Fan debris barrier, the WLNG and Fortis Eagle Mountain Pipeline project, affordable housing initiatives, including CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund grant, Squamish Housing Action Plan, the provincial housing legislation changes. These projects take staff resources and are additional work added to the capital and special operating project plans. As with most BC municipalities, historical DCC rates have been outpaced by rising costs of capital construction, leaving the district's DCC reserves insufficient to fund all the DCC projects. Therefore, requires extensive capital prioritization, internal borrowing between reserves. A major DCC bylaw update is scheduled in 2024 and will take effect in 2025. Finally, the 2025-29 financial plan will continue investment in the district's efforts towards the proactive management and adequate reserve building efforts of the district's capital program and asset management reserve funding strategy. The 2025-29 financial plan has taken a thoughtful and measured approach to addressing these challenges and cost pressures. Some highlights include, and efforts include, as the capital plan requirements continue to grow, a major methodology shift and process improvement for the district is to attribute staff that are focused on capital implementations to be funded by the capital projects themselves. This improvement ensures that accurate costs of the capital project is captured and accounted for within the asset management reserve funding strategy, and allows the district the flexibility to scale resources to support capital implementation, including consultant support. It is important to note that this is best practice and is an accounting standard, which allows the district to align staff resources with the capital program, scaling up resources necessary to execute the capital plan and scaling down resources when the capital plan is reduced. Staff continue to apply rigor to the project prioritization when scheduling projects within the financial plan, focusing on life safety, risk, legislated pre-committed projects, and strategic plan projects as the priority, and aligning with staff capacity. Finally, staff have maximized funding opportunities, leveraging external funding sources and applying for grant opportunities. So this slide is a reminder of the work and progress the district has made towards a long-term capital program and reserve funding strategy. Long-term planning is addressing both short-term needs and long-term financial sustainability of the organization, renewing and reviewing master plans, prioritizing capital requirements, and developing strategies to address funding gaps and financial challenges. Long-term planning also aims to build adequate reserves, decrease the reliance on borrowing and sale of district assets to fund the capital plan, and make taxation predictable so it does not fluctuate greatly from year to year. The district is in our fourth financial plan cycle, where we've been making considerable improvements and steps towards a long-term capital program. In 2022, the district eliminated direct annual tax-funded capital projects and positioned all capital to be either funded by reserves, grants, or borrowing, which set the framework and positions the district for the long-term reserve funding program. As well, in 2022, Council endorsed the updated asset management plan. The asset management plan addresses costs and risk associated with the replacement of the district's assets in order to sustain current service delivery. The asset management plan recommended that the general fund increase its annual reserve contributions to replace existing assets. To note, the asset management does not cover new capital assets, only replacement of existing assets. In 2023, Council endorsed the asset management reserve funding strategy, which included the asset management recommendations and incorporated additional capital requirements included in the 2023 to 2027 financial plan to provide a reserve contribution strategy that would work towards sufficient and sustainable reserves for long-term capital program. The strategy endorsed is to increase the contribution of the general fund capital reserve by 2.4% of prior year taxation annually. It is important to understand the goal of this strategy is not to reach a certain balance in the reserve. Rather, the strategy aims to increase the annual reserve contribution to provide sufficient ongoing sources of funding for the district's capital program. As the reserves begin to increase, it will lessen the pressure that limits the capital program and will reduce the risk associated with the district's reliance on extending critical assets' usable life and reduce the district's reliance on borrowing and land sale to fund investment in facilities and infrastructure. Future work will be to develop a long-term capital plan, which will then provide more insight into long-term reserve contribution program needs and provide a longer runway for capital prioritization. Capital costs continue to increase and new capital projects are added to the capital plan. It is prudent to update the asset management reserve funding strategy every 2 to 3 years, and it's best practice to update the asset management plan every 5 years. With that, I will hand it over to Ms. Turner.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting. My pronouns are she, her, so I can be addressed accordingly. Special operating projects are one-time or non-recurring projects outside of the district's regular service operations. They have single or multi-year timelines and should not include routine repairs and maintenance.
Hold on just 1 second. We're just having an audio challenge. Hear that. Want to give that a go again on yours? Okay, that's where your mic's not working. I just want to make sure that the stream and the recording work. So we'll just pause while we get that addressed.
Let's try this one instead. Okay. Awesome. Thanks. Okay. What's the people? Try again.
Do you want to give this one a test before we go? You want to just do a quick test on this?
Test.
Are we good, Russell?
Test. Okay, I'll start again. In the 2025 to 2029 financial plan, special operating projects total 18.1 million, with 6.4 million in 2025. However, this includes 11.6 million for large externally funded operational initiatives not within the district's normal course of business. Excluding the externally funded projects, total cost is 6.4 million over the 5 years of the plan, with 2 million to be spent in 2025. For 2025, taxation of 210,000 will be used to fund multiple projects, including the Squamish Climate Action Group Partnership, Wildlife Connectivity Project, and upgrades of fire services protective equipment. Government grants of 890,000 will be used to fund projects such as the circular economy implementation and fire smart residential and fuel management activities. Reserves of 781,000 will fund project expenses, and other anticipated grant funding of 90,000 will be used to fund climate action plan implementation. As mentioned, large externally funded initiatives total 11.6 million over the 5 years of the financial plan, with 4.5 million in 2025. This includes 2.7 million for the Woodfibre LNG and Fortis BC Eagle Mountain gas pipeline. The project requires district resources to ensure technical and regulatory requirements are being met, and therefore proponent funding received will ensure the district's priorities and work streams are not impacted. And 1.8 million for the Squamish Housing Action Plan implementation, which is funded by the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund. And details of expenditures under this grant are detailed in attachment 5 of the report to council, and staff will speak to it later in the presentation. As detailed in attachment 1, new special operating projects total 2.1 million over the 5 years of the financial plan and 754,000 in 2025. For 2025, these projects will be funded by taxation of 130,000, government grants of 454,000, and reserves of 170,000. Notable new projects include the real estate disposition strategy implementation with a total cost of 150,000 in 2025, and the implementation of the district circular economy with a cost of 454,000 in 2025 and 1.1 over the 5 years of the plan. There are a number of updates in the 2025 to 29 financial plan to projects that are in the existing 2024 to 28 financial plan. Changes are mainly due to timing delays, cost increases, changes in project scope, or a project realignment to make better use of resources. Notable changes include the Climate Action Energy Specialist, which increased 370,000 over the 24 to 28 financial plan and will be funded by the Carbon Neutral Reserve and external grants. And the Fire Smart residential and fuel management activities, which increased 100,000 over the 24 to 28 financial plan and is funded by government grants. Several operating projects have been identified as addressing the climate change emergency and are also detailed in attachment 1. For 2025, these projects total 1.2 million and are 4.5 million over the 5 years of the financial plan. All projects noted on the slide and include projects such as the Fire Smart residential and fuel management activities of 400,000, Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan update of 450,000, the Climate Action Plan Energy Specialist of 770,000, and the Circular Economy implementation of 1.1 million. I'll pause here and turn it over to Mayor and Council for questions and feedback, noting there's a recommendation included in the report for the 25 to 29 financial plan.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation so far. Council, questions at this point on this piece? Any? I'll go to Councillor Pettingill, then French.
Yeah, sorry, I just blanked on the name of the reserve, but the reserve we're using to fund the climate action specialist, can you remind me what the total amount available in that is? Like, are we using all of it for the specialist, or we have some left over?
Thank you for the question through the chair. It is the carbon neutral reserve. We don't actually have the balance in front of us right now, but we can get that balance back to council.
Yeah, go ahead.
One other, and I'm just trying to, my notes, make sure I'm getting special operating versus capital. So I think this is the fire protective equipment upgrade is in the special operating projects. And I apologize if not. My understanding was that the technology was still evolving and we weren't ready to procure that yet. Is that incorrect? Is there some equipment that is at a standard or state where we do think it's necessary to procure it this year?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Aaron Foote, Fire Chief with the District of Squamish. Through the chair, we do have some issues with turnout gear, which is the protective clothing that firefighters wear. There's been some hazards related to some of the construction materials for the turnout gear and exposure to a chemical called PFAS, or a group of chemicals called PFAS. So in the meantime, turnout gear manufacturers are trying to meet the standard without using PFAS. So far, there is only one supplier doing so, and the turnout gear is having some challenges with other parts of the standard. And so until there's enough suppliers building gear, turnout gear that is able to be worn by the firefighters, we're making an interim solution by providing dual certified gear, which is not used for interior firefighting. It's used for utility work, rescue work, anything outside of interior firefighting. So they can be worn for vehicle fires, dumpster fires, that sort of thing. It has flash protection, but not the same thermal protection. And it does not contain the PFAS chemical that is linked to cancer. And so this interim project would be to outfit all of our firefighters with a dual certified gear, which would reduce the exposure because they're not wearing turnout gear for most of the time.
Thank you for that. Just if I could have my own follow-up question in this category. In a presentation we had recently, we were talking about concurrent calls. We leave the hall to deal with a vehicle fire, to use your example, and then there's a call for a structure fire. How do you see this working? I'm supportive of the general concept, and I appreciate that, but with concurrent calls being something that the fire department deals with regularly, how do you see this working with the different levels of protection when they leave the hall?
Thank you for the question, through the mayor. Currently, they bring extra gear on the fire apparatus with them. So if they're attending different call types, they don't necessarily have to go back to the fire hall to change. And that includes other rescue activities with water, that sort of thing, are on the apparatus with them, so they can change on the scene. And depending on what the call type is, they have the gear with them.
Okay. Any other, Councillor, do you have any other questions before? Okay, go to Councillor French.
Mayor, I'm just reviewing my notes, and I believe that all my questions relate to capital projects. I think I'll hold.
Okay, that's fine. And then if not, we can do the catch-all at the end. So if is anyone else questions at this juncture? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's actually on the dual certified gear. It's this particular line item hadn't caught my attention. But this is the move away from PFAS is happening throughout all garment industry, right? And my suspicion is there's going to be a catch-up phase where there's some organizations might change their uniforms early. Some large organization north of us changed their uniform last year to mixed reviews. And we may end up, if we perhaps waited a year or 2 years before we did this, we might end up with much better gear as the technology will evolve. Is there a reason why it's important to do this this year as opposed to next year?
Through the mayor. I think it's important anytime we have the ability to reduce exposures to cancer, which is what this turnout gear has. And so if we know about something and there's an option for us to move away from exposing our employees to carcinogenic items, then it's prudent for us to make a move at this point.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions at this juncture? We can, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Chair, I'd like to be put on the list, please.
Oh, yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. I haven't organized my questions, perhaps broken down as we were proceeding here, so you can advise me otherwise, but I do have some special project questions I might test now. Firstly, under neighborhood area planning, I do have the number handy, and if that's of interest, 623-00113. The item concerns $30,000 allocated next year for 2025 for completion of the Garibaldi Estates Neighborhood Plan. Now, in the OCP, under our policy regarding sub-area plans and in our past conversations and discussions, we've anticipated other neighborhoods being treated with a neighborhood plan. I wonder if staff could give an update as to intentions or proposals with respect to these other neighborhoods, Garibaldi Highlands, Valleycliff, Dentville, and North Yards. We don't see them represented in the budget spreadsheet, if you like, and I wonder if we can get some update and feedback on this.
Through the Mayor, Jonas Volnishkas, Senior Director of Community Development. So staff are recommending that we, in 2025, essentially implement the last stage of Garibaldi Estates neighborhood planning. So that $30,000, if approved, would go towards the servicing study for the Garibaldi Estates area. So essentially, it's funding that's still tied to that implementation of the current planning project. After that, staff would recommend waiting for the overall official community plan update before we get back into district-led neighborhood planning, because it is, as we've seen with Garibaldi Estates, it's a quite intensive process. It takes many years to go through for a single neighborhood. Being pretty major advancements in the housing regulatory regime in general. So that's part of the rationale to delay. We are also sitting on one neighborhood plan application that we've delayed processing till next year. That's subject to a private application. And we expect to see the Chikai-Fan neighborhood plan application come up in the next 2 years as well. So just given that new reality, the amount of effort that goes into one of these plans, and the fact that we are already sitting on one application waiting to get going on processing it, it just, from a feasibility perspective, makes a lot of sense to wait till the overall neighborhood or official community plan update before we kind of confirm that direction of continuing to cover our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Volnishkas. There may indeed be public interest in this question and in the update you provided, so we might consider that for our communications for the public input events. My next question, Mayor Herford, concerns really three departments, and I'll just highlight what they are. I'm looking at our last year's efforts at the 2023 to 2028 financial plan and seeing a number of special projects that we're not treating this time around. And I'm wondering if there may be some brief update as to their status. First of all, the airport strategic plan, the implementation rather of the airport strategic plan, which involves land use studies and lease negotiations in future. Secondly, the planning department would be their bailiwick for heritage statements of significance, which were projected to be an initiative for 2026 through 2028. And thirdly, I have a few projects that were in the last year's package from economic development, sector impact assessments for green economy, outdoor recreation, a tourism master plan, and marine impact study. And however we might want to treat this or return to it later, but I'm interested in an update on these projects last go around relative to today. Thank you.
Okay, well, it was broken into three general categories there, which I think is right. We can start with, we have planning with us, if you're able to address the question there.
Yes, thank you. So regarding the heritage statements of significance, we've pushed them out of the financial plan essentially to beyond that stage. We are currently working on a heritage-related archaeological assessment, which was the high priority recommendation coming out of the heritage management strategy. And then given the workload and other priorities, it was just, staff don't recommend proceeding with those heritage statements of significance from a financial perspective at this point, as we sort of get through the project we're engaged with now, and then have to balance the overall needs of the organization and the work plans.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton.
And then I'll go maybe airport, Mr. Plum.
Thank you. Neil Plum, Director of Real Estate. So the strategic plan doesn't require any additional funding in 2025 at the airport. The project was slated for completion this year. We may not get to the finish line this year. There was some competing capacity challenges for some other projects, but the budgeting that's still sitting there in the 2024 plan, if need be to be carried over 25, will cover off any expenses we have projected for next year.
So if I understand you correctly, Mr. Plum, this would cover the engagement processes that were anticipated for different stakeholders, including current tenants in the airport land strategy?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the third category was economic development. And can you just restate the question?
Certainly, Mayor Herford. There were 4 projects, and I know that our economic development team will be readily familiar with them. The sector impact assessments, there were 2, green economy for 2027, outdoor recreation for 2026, tourism master plan for indeed this year, and marine impact study also for 2024. If there's any brief overview or update on these, I'd be much appreciated.
Okay, over to staff.
Good afternoon. Jen Stone, Economic Development Officer for the District of Squamish, through the Mayor. Thank you for the question. I'll start with the 2024 projects. So the Tourism Master Plan was proposed or has been proposed for 2024. However, due to the Squamish Adventure Centre Revitalisation Project and the capacity that takes for economic development, but also the partner organisation Tourism Squamish, for both projects, it was considered advisable to move this into 2025, and so we are proposing to carry that project forward to 2025, capacity pending. The marine impact study, we talked about this at the last council meeting, and the marine impact study is currently being discussed by staff in terms of what we can achieve or what we might achieve this year and what the scope of that work might be. However, that is likely to be moved to 2025 based on the capacity of our various departments. And I would also say that the sector impact assessments for the green economy and outdoor recreation, which are proposed for 2026 and 2027, are also matched funding dependent. And so with all of our matched funding budget requirements, we need to put it in the budget even if we don't have that match funding available. And so it is pending the funding becoming available or our successful funding applications being received.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stone. That's very helpful. I do have one more question, Mayor Herford, unless you wish to return to it later. There is in the Chikai Hazard Land Development Policy item, the annual cost, $150,000 for 2027. This may be a question for our planning department or Mr. Veliniskas. The funding sources identify as other revenue. I wonder if it could be clarified as to what that other revenue would be for Chikai Hazard Land Development Policy.
Through the Mayor. Other funding is an expected capacity agreement from a landowner that's a major landowner on the Chikai Fan. So sort of the future development study of that future development capacity is currently shown as capacity funded. It is quite likely that application will come in earlier than 2027. So that was sort of a conservative expectation of when it would come in, but it's likely that it will come in next year or in 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Veliniskas. I did have one more item, Mayor Herford, and it was perhaps something that the finance department has caught, and that is whether for the new downtown entrance design item whether there was an update to the projection of annual costs. It seems that the word we received in the report to council, the introductory report, was that there was going to be some moving ahead in time, but that wasn't reflected in the cost table. That's a technical item, but I imagine that we'll revisit it if it need be at future presentations.
I just want to make sure that I saw our staff looking through the notes. So does staff need clarity on the discrepancy that Councillor Anderson feels he's found?
Hi, Mayor and Council. Brent McMurtry, Manager of Transportation. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think that there was a typo. So there's in the staff report that we had noted that the downtown entrance project has been shifted, and it said 2026 to 2027, but it should be 2026 and 2027. So previously the capital project had been identified in 2026 and 2027, and that's now been shifted beyond the financial plan. But there still is design and upfront work that is going to be advanced to make sure we're in the position to get that project constructed in future years.
Thank you, Mr. McMurtry. Again, there may be some public interest in this matter and something to keep in mind for our public engagement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor, bless you. I go to Councillor Stoner.
Thanks to the chair. A few questions on special operating. So the first being the new addition of the real estate disposition strategy implementation. Can staff just speak to how that is different than what we put in the budget last year with regards to land analysis? That was also a $150,000 project in the 2024 budget.
Thank you. So, Chair. So yes, there are different budgets. The funds that were put in the budget last year for the land analysis, that's for lands that we'd be looking to acquire in the future. And we have a whole host of land needs through trails and public spaces and things and utility lines that we need to acquire in the future. So that first 150 from last year was to study that. That's actually being deferred until next year or this year, that work. So there's no need to put that in the budget this year. For the disposition and implementation, we're moving into a phase through the RFMP that we need to start looking more at disposition of real estate to advance, to secure funding for the facility investments that we need to make. So when it comes to selling land or disposing of land, there's often studies and works that can be done, geotechnical analysis, environmental analysis, financial analysis that can be done to help smooth the transaction and make a transaction go quicker and better and potentially for greater funds to reduce risk to buyers. So that's the money that we would need to look at the studies that we have to do when it comes to disposing of land to help those dispositions run more smoothly.
Okay, and then just a check-in on staff capacity. If the 2024 special projects haven't been able to be actioned to date, why do we think we can add more to the plate at this point, given limitations that you just spoke about?
Chair, so 2024 was a bit of a unique year for us. We took on with good intention and expectation that we could complete several major projects at the same time. Some of that work is now starting to alleviate as we move closer to the end of the year. So we're hopeful that next year will be more successful.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. My other question, which is a reoccurring budget item for the last few years in the special operating projects, is the short-term rental legal review and compliance. This has been set at $20,000 every year. I'm just trying to get a sense of if we spend that much every year, if this is a carryover item, it comes from taxation, and why we think this is still required given the new regulatory regime with the province for short-term rentals.
Go ahead, Mr. Valeniscus.
Through the mayor. It's not a carryover. We spend the funds every year, and it is to assist with compliance and monitoring and implementation of the regulatory framework that we have. The province has made some substantial changes in legislation and in enforcement. However, we still find that the tool that we're using now, which is a third-party monitoring service, is got a lot more information than what we are able to see with the provincial tools. So that's why staff are proposing it for 1 more year and see what happens essentially with the provincial system, which still seems to be in a bit of an evolution stage.
Okay, that is helpful for now and answered my other question as to when do we put reoccurring special operating items into the general fund, but this is just a wait and see for another year. I'm okay with that. Can someone explain to me the process behind the environmental reserve fund implementation? So we're putting $20,000 in a year going forward, but also using it but also that money is coming from the reserve. So I'm just curious how that works.
Thank you. Leslie Douglas, Senior Environmental Specialist. I'm actually acting for Jordana Foster, who's on vacation. Through the mayor, this is the first time that we've put this $20,000 from taxation in the 5-year capital plan, and the intention is to have it directly allocated for appropriately scoped restoration and enhancement projects for the district. So an example would be we have been communicating with Squamish Environment Society. They have noted some important habitat for pollinators at Brennan Park, and we don't have a budget to enhance that habitat or fence it off to keep it protected. So that's the intention. We have not had this funding allocated to environment perpetually, so that's the intention of the funding.
Okay, and then can staff just clarify if this is, it says that it's coming from reserve and not from taxation. Would that be coming from a specific reserve? And how are we replenishing that reserve if it's an annual allocation?
Through the chair, so the environmental reserve that's being utilized, I believe the name is actually called the environmental reserve. I'd have to look up the bylaw and clarify for council. It is not being replenished at this time. There isn't revenues going into it, and we'd have to we'd have to bring back the balance as well.
Okay, that would be helpful just to know what the balance is and where that funding has come from. That's a new reserve to me. So it'd be interesting to know where that money's come from and how we make sure that it is sustainable over the long term. My final question on special ops was, again, seems to be reoccurring, is the replacement of the, what do we call them? I've lost the line item now. The street banner replacement. We seem to look at that every year to varying degrees. And so I'm just curious why that continues to sit in special ops as opposed to general fund and maintenance.
Is Mr. Story online to answer these questions?
Yeah, sorry about that. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just looking at the special operations budget, and there's a line item for banner replacement that comes up to varying degrees every year, the street banner replacement. And so I'm just curious why that sits in special ops as opposed to a general fund maintenance operation reserve or maintenance operation budget.
Through the chair, finance can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's not an annual replacement. This is to the particular one here going forward is for new art designs for the banners, and then the new replacement banners will be purchased as they're at end of life. Perhaps finance can help me out on the remainder. I'm not sure why that's not annualized.
I don't need, yeah, that's fine. I just feel like I've seen it in the special ops most years that I've sat in the seat. So just something to consider moving forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. So on a couple notes, generally, thanks very much for the sortable data. That's been very helpful for me to see and use. So thank you for making progress on the way we can absorb information. It's very helpful. A question about the climate action energy specialist, the 770,000 over 4 years. Perhaps I'm not sure if I missed a presentation on this, but could somebody expand upon what this line item is and what it hopes to achieve?
Good afternoon. Ian Pickett's Manager of Sustainability and Climate Change. Thank you for the question. So this is a budget that allows that starting in 2025 should allow us to hire almost 2 people, we'll say 1.5 people. So one position will be a corporate energy specialist, and that person will be looking more inward, helping us with our corporate buildings, our fleet, and so our municipal emissions, and with electrification and energy efficiency. And then there's another position which we are hoping to share with Whistler, which is a community energy specialist, which will be looking more broadly out of the community, helping people retrofit their homes, supporting EV purchases, etc. So the funding for each of those positions is going to be supported largely through BC Hydro. So the corporate energy specialist will supply up to $60,000 of support, and we will put forth slightly less than that. And then the community energy specialist will have $30,000 of support, and then get from BC Hydro, and that'll be matched from Whistler. So there's funding from BC Hydro that we're hoping to get for those 2 positions. And then we will match that funding with money from the carbon neutral reserve. And then there is a small amount of additional funding that is for them to enact projects and do programming. So there's $25,000 in 2025 and 2026 allocated for that. And you'll see that the number goes down a little bit in 2027 and 2028. And just as a precaution, we've taken out that programming funding because we are not sure we're going to get local government climate action program funding after 2026. So it's just a conservative way to make it a little bit less, because we might have less funds ourselves to put forth. Happy to expand on any of that or answer a follow-up question. Thank you.
Yes, so the other revenue listed, 360,000, that's the potential BC Hydro funding, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, and I guess I'm talking about the whole numbers, right? You
Yes.
probably think about it broken down by year or something, okay. And I'm trying to apply my mind to this, the one that's going to be focused on municipal emissions.
Yes.
I'm thinking to myself, we've just replaced the 2 fire halls. Public Works design is complete. Brennan Park's energy upgrades are already, the phase 2 is where we're really doing the energy upgrades. So where's the focus of this this person, the project looking at municipal emissions? We know this building is not slated for major renovations. So where are they focusing in municipal infrastructure to hopefully reduce carbon emission?
Through the mayor, there's a number of opportunities. One of which I didn't mention before is with our landfill. So there's opportunities with our landfill gas system, et cetera, and actions related to that. There's a lot of opportunity related to our municipal EV fleet. And one of the exciting things about this position is it puts the person in an excellent situation to help us get additional funding from BC Hydro. They're in direct conversation with BC Hydro. So there's significant opportunities with our fleet, particularly medium and heavy duty vehicles. They're starting to put new funding into those, and we've already been identified as a champion in that category, and we can continue to be early adopters, and funding in excess of 75% for these vehicles we could access. There's also given the realities of our capital costs of new projects, there is quite low-hanging fruit related to our existing buildings and given that the lifespans may have to be longer than initially thought, there is work that may be financially viable to do on our existing buildings. The RCMP building, there's room for improvement there. There's much more work that can and should be done with Brennan Center. There's opportunities with the library. We already got a study that identified that there's opportunities for heat pumps there. So there could get funding for those and enact them. Thank you.
Thanks. And my line of questioning is not because I don't think this is important, but because when I look at spending, and I'm thinking here of spending the 400,000 from the reserve on advisors to tell us what to do, as opposed to doing the things, I always question, like, are we really going to get the bang for the buck, or are we better just to do the things that are the low-hanging fruit for the 400,000? But I do also take your point on the potential return on investment. So I look forward to seeing what grants these specialists might uncover for us. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions on this category before we move on? Oh, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I want to pick up on one of my colleagues' questions about the short-term rental. And I realize the 20,000 from taxation is mostly going towards a tool, which does sound useful. But now that we've been at the program and there's been some adjustments, I was sort of thinking or understanding that we would be setting our license fees and so on to cover the costs. And so I'm wondering why we haven't set our fee structure on licensing and fines and so on such that this 20,000 isn't coming from taxation. And is there a reason why we would be funding this as from taxation as opposed to sort of business licenses and so on for STRs?
Through the mayor, so we do collect enough revenue to cover our expenses. So it does cover it, but as a service that we provide, it comes out of taxation. And I don't know if finance can clarify that. I'm not an expert.
Sure, through the chair. So the revenues will be offsetting the taxation and the expenditures will be increasing the taxation. It actually would be covering other expenditures throughout the department. So we showed as a direct line right now as not a cost recovery as a tax funded, but it would actually reduce tax in other areas.
Okay. Seeing no other questions right now, we'll move on with the presentation. Sorry, we're just gonna make sure you have your mic. I know.
We'll continue on with the 25 to 29 financial plan capital projects. And I'll turn it over to Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering, to speak to Engineering Department project prioritization. Sorry.
Hello, I'm Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering. Joining me today is Jesse Morwood, Capital Projects Manager. We're here to provide a recap on the prioritization framework that engineering developed last year, along with some broader details on the changes and improvements we've been making within the department, specifically related to the budget process. So the engineering department, if you're unaware, we have 4 specialties within the department. We have capital projects, development, transportation, and infrastructure planning. Specific staff from each of these areas participate in the budget preparation to ensure we have a holistic view of our infrastructure needs and upgrade requirements. We spend a significant amount of time on the budget in the spring, and we work collaboratively with all of the other departments to coordinate projects to ensure engineering is accommodating the delivery requirements from others. We began a new process last year whereby we have weekly meetings with a clear focus on a particular area of the budget, with subsequent meetings that week on the specific topic as required. Typically, we have the appropriate members from Public Works attend our meetings. We've also brought in members of the Planning Department on the transportation specific items so that everyone can understand the crossover with development applications. Mr. Morwood this year facilitated these meetings and organized the subsequent focus meetings as required. So rundown of our process, we utilize this for both special operating and capital. We start with step one and we review the previous 5-year financial plan as our starting point. Step two, we review the master plan recommendations. Engineering has 26 related master plans, which we look at. Last year, Mr. Rolston completed a thorough review of these, so we had a head start this year. We work with consultants to obtain draft master plan capital projects. This year, we had the water master plan and transportation master plan draft capital projects to utilize in our planning. For step three, we add new projects. These often come from urgent issues that might not have been included in the master plan. These are projects that sometimes come up during our annual inspections. An example of this is the Mamquam Bridge resurfacing. These can be from any department. Typically, they get surfaced from Public Works and Engineering. Step four, we update the budgets based on updated cost estimations and construction cost inflation. Step five, we then prioritize them. So we assign a prioritization based on the framework developed by the engineering department last year, and we'll review this in the next slide. And step six, we finalize our project list based on funding availability. So we work with finance to review the funding sources and the reserve continuity schedules. Based on any constraints within those schedules, we then go back and look at our prioritization and either delay projects, ideally delay and hopefully not remove, but that's that step we then kind of iterative near the end with our prioritization and funding availability. This is a recap of the engineering specific project prioritization that we developed last year. You can see we've got high, medium, and low. High we consider non-discretionary, and they're based on that list. You can see life safety, legislated, legal, financial risk, critical infrastructure, or the projects is underway. Medium, important, but could be deferred with some risk and community impacts, typically based on long-term asset management considerations. Lower priority, important, but could be deferred without major consequences, typically based on infrastructure optimization or strategic plan considerations. I think it's very important to note that lower priority projects, that's from an engineering lens, still very important projects, but they don't hit the engineering prioritization like critical infrastructure does. The department staff use technical judgment as engineering professionals to determine which projects to bring forward in the budget planning process. It's methodical and pragmatic, but it's not black and white. So we have complexities and trade-offs that we have to deal with and multiple considerations to take into account. The note at the bottom that the funding source may override prioritization, that comes back to the reserve continuity schedule. So where we might see a lower priority project above a medium priority project, that might be due to specific constraints within that fund. So this is generally as a department, our goals and diversions that we've experienced. So overall, we've been working on setting up structure within the department and making sure that this is a team effort. Structure has been really key as we move forward, improving our processes. Now that we have a process, we're able to actually track it, determine how much time we've spent on it, and lessons learned so that we can make adjustments for the following year. One of our major goals is that designs are completed to a sufficient level of detail prior to budget inclusion. And this will reduce budgetary changes following adoption as a result of further design. This is something we've been working very hard on the last couple of years. We're also aiming to tender early in the new year following budget adoption to improve bid competitiveness and contractor availability. The other major goal we have is long-term outlook. to improve our planning, leading to a less front-loaded financial plan. And this is something we'll be working on in the coming years. Diversions, you can see we've had Chica debris flow barrier this year, which we heavily prioritized in the spring. This took significant efforts from Mr. Rolston and myself, but a hugely important project, which has had some delay to infrastructure planning-led projects. We've also had the major projects industrial team without technical staffing shortages. We've had many of the engineering departments supporting that project in the background, or what you've seen at council. There's still no technical staff available yet for the MPI team, so we'll continue to support that team. We've also had some hiring delays for the capital team. We've had some great hires this year and made great progress. We still just have one outstanding vacancy that we're trying to fill. Despite these diversions, we've had a very successful budget process led by Mr. Morwood, who's kept everyone focused and kept the process moving forward this spring. This is a slide which can highlight for council some of the changes we have made and where we're headed with our continuous improvement in this process. So last year in the 2023 process, the column on the left, the staff worked to learn new Questica software, which has been very beneficial for us. We kicked off the budget process early May, and it was a 6-week duration. We also developed the project prioritization framework that we're currently using, and we had the first cut of initial staffing capacity, which determined our new staffing requirements. So this year, what we really worked on was aiming for a 2-year detailed project outlook, which is still a work in progress, but we've made great progress on this. This is again with our goal of identifying our projects sooner so that detailed designs can be completed in advance of the budget process. Based on what we learned last year, we actually kicked off the budget process this year, mid-March, and it was a 9-week duration this year. That allowed for improved collaboration with the other departments. Next year, what we're aiming for is improving our long-term planning and our long-term outlook in our project identification. We're hoping for earlier collaboration with finance and maybe moving that step up in our process. So we're evaluating that reserve continuity a little bit sooner in our process and aiming for 50% design completion for budget inclusion. That's for some of our big projects and single line items, aiming for projects tender ready by December 2025 for early tender 2026. You can probably guess in 2026, we'll be aiming for 75% design completion. So this is a project, this is a process. This is the continuous improvement I've been implementing within the department, and we've seen great progress, and Mr. Morwood has done an excellent job. And this is an idea of where we're headed. So that's it for us, and wanted to open up the floor for questions. There's been a lot of changes and much of this is new, but we're in year 2 now, hoping to continue on. So I'd like to open the floor for Mayor and Council if you have any questions on this.
Thank you very much for that. I'll open Council. Who wants to get us started here? Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. The Pioneer Way extension is not included in any of our budget work to date, and the project website is indicating the timelines for the rest of the project is undetermined. So is this project part of the next part of our budget process? And I think I'm going to answer my own question there and say, no, it isn't, because it doesn't fall under utilities. So there's nothing left that I can see where this would fall under. Can you update us, refresh us on what's going on with that project and why we're not seeing any numbers associated with it in this so far?
Thank you very much for the question. I just wanted to check, Ms. Turner also needs to present the capital section following this sort of prioritization and budget process. Would you like that question answered now or at the end when we're in this sort of capital open floor?
Yeah, maybe we'll actually, let's do that if you're okay with that, Council. So this is sort of just limit questions here to the methodology that got us here before we, but I feel maybe we should launch into that, into the capital piece. Oh, Councillor Stoner, you have something for this particular piece of time? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate the details on the methodology. I'm just wondering if you can speak to how we account for cost escalations year over year in the capital projects that get carried over. So in this detailed review process, if there's a project that extends beyond the initial years that we think, how do we then account for inflationary costs or increase in scope?
Thank you for the question, Jesse Morwood, Capital Projects Manager. Currently, we're using 3% as a cost escalation. We found that costs have stabilized over the last little bit, so we're using 3%, which is about what the greater Canadian economy is seeing right now.
Okay, let's move forward with the presentation, and then but stick around. There may be some questions.
Great. Thank you. So details for the capital projects can be found in attachment 2 of the RTC. And for the 2025 to 29 financial plan, total general fund capital project spending is 157 million, with 51 million in 2025. For 2025, small external sources of 148,000 will be used to fund a portion of the Victoria Street bike lane. Development cost charges of 3.5 million will be used to fund multiple projects, most notably the Loggers East drainage diversion pipe construction and the new downtown entrance. Federal and provincial grants of 8.7 million will fund multiple projects, including flood protection upgrades, Brennan Park Recreation Center upgrades, and Depot Road active transportation infrastructure. Borrowing of 13 million will be used to fund the Mamclam Bridge deck resurfacing, Waniak Park Sea Dike upgrades, and Loggers East drainage diversion pipe construction. Community amenity contributions of 1.75 million will be used to fund Waniak Park Sea Dike upgrades, Brennan Park tennis and pickleball courts, and 24 million from district reserves will be used to fund several projects. Some of the larger notable projects include the Public Works Facility, Brennan Park Field House replacement, and Brennan Park Rec Center and building envelope upgrades, and Squamish Search and Rescue relocation. A number of updates were made in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan to capital projects that were included in the existing 2024 to 28 financial plan. Similar to operating projects, changes result from timing delays, cost increases, changes in scope, or realignment of projects to make better use of resources. Notable changes include the Public Works Facility replacement, which increased 1.5 million in 2025 to 29 to account for a Class A cost estimate. The Paradise Valley Bailey Bridge abatement replacement, which increased 500,000 in the 25 to 29 financial plan due to cost escalation. The Whitaker Slough Pump Station, which increased 700,000 to cover the capital team salary allocation. And the Loggers East drainage diversion pipe, which increased 1.5 million due to revised cost estimates from consultants. Also detailed in attachment 2 are the new capital projects added during the 2025 to 29 financial planning cycle. These new projects totaled 23.9 million over the 5 years of the financial plan, with 4.4 million in 2025. In 2025, they'll be funded by federal and provincial grants of 1.2 million, reserves of 3.1 million, and community amenity contributions of 65,000. Notable new projects in 2025 include the Squamish Search and Rescue relocation of 1.5 million in 2025 funded by the Land Sale Reserve. This new project will provide Squamish Search and Rescue with a long-term location from which they can continue to provide service. Depot Road separated active transportation infrastructure of 875,000 and 1.5 million over the 5-year financial plan, funded by external grants and the Community Works Fund. This infrastructure project will ensure safe walking and biking along Depot Road and access to Brackendale Elementary and Don Ross Middle School. and a bike lane sweeper with snow and ice control of $246,000 in 2025, funded by the Equipment Replacement Reserve, which will ensure active transportation remains clear and safe. Several capital projects have also been identified as addressing the climate change emergency and are noted on this slide and in attachment 2. These projects total $21.9 million in 2025 and $43.4 million over the 5 years of the financial plan. Notable projects include the Brennan Park Sea Dike upgrades of $6.3 million, Squamish River dike raising of $400,000, Brennan Park Rec Center upgrades under the Green and Inclusive Community Building Grant of $6.9 million, and active transportation infrastructure of $1.5 million. I'll now turn it over to staff to speak about the project listed in attachment 5 in greater detail.
Thank you, Brett McMurtry, Manager of Transportation. So attachment 5 provides a project overview of the paid parking implementation and just kind of highlighting a couple of points that are included in that memo. So this is a project that's been advanced by staff based off council direction from 2023. We currently have included a placeholder budget of $600,000 in the financial plan, and this is really just highlighting that as our work is advancing, we're trying to confirm what the best delivery model might be, and we're coming back to council later this year. So December 10th currently is scheduled to provide an update and looking for council direction. The impact of the preferred delivery model and schedule for delivery will impact what that capital cost is. So really keeping that $600,000 as a placeholder for now.
Okay. Looking for questions, Councilor Pringle?
Yeah, I've had some time to think about this, and I guess I'm sort of torn a little bit. And I know I'd actually thought in our strategic planning, we had sort of reluctantly agreed this wasn't going to happen in this term. So part of me is excited to see this, but want to be careful. We've seen in other jurisdictions, this becomes a whole election issue, and it's what an election is about. And I'm not sure that there's many important things, and so I don't want to sort of have our next election sort of be just about paid parking when there's so many critical issues to deal with. So I guess my first question is how certain are we that we can sort of move forward and have the adequate public discussion and so on, so that, you know, this doesn't become the next election?
Through the chair, yeah, thank you for the question. We're continuing to work and working closely with the communications department to confirm our engagement approach and understanding that parking is a sensitive topic, and that's something we are learning from other communities as well as what's worked and what hasn't. We'll have more information to share when we come back to council in December to outline some different options moving forward. And I think that's just to reiterate, this is a placeholder budget. And you know, as Sarah highlighted, we were preparing our budget requests in the spring, and we have additional information that has been updated since then, but it's kind of a project that is in process, and so we'll have more information to share, but this is a placeholder for now.
Absolutely, you can add to that, CAO Glende.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just as a refresher for the members of the public that are watching in the community, is that during strategic planning, it wasn't that council decided not to do paid parking. It was that the scope was managed in such a way, or reduced, frankly, in order that what council endorsed for the work plan or directed staff to do could be done within the timelines, so that it wouldn't bump up against the 2026 election, but rather could be completed in 2025. Now, as staff are creating and detailing the scope, those timelines will be brought back.
Go ahead, Councilor Pringle.
Yeah, thanks. And maybe this is a question just to sort of come back with their next update on this. But I have been wondering if we have, because we've seen, I think, greater enforcement of the 2-hour parking, and so I'm wondering about at this point in time the incremental benefit of paid parking versus just better enforcement or the current level of enforcement of the 2-hour parking. And so I guess that's one thing I just note that I'm wrestling with when I look at the shorter term budget.
Yeah, and I just this piece is coming back to us specifically relatively soon, so I just want to make sure we don't get bogged down in this meeting with that. But I think there's yeah, there's quite a few outstanding questions just specifically on that, and thank you for taking that proactive step of including some more detail than the other items. I think that reflects that. So and including timing, and some of this comes down to our council's direction as well. So let's see where that goes. So if everyone's okay with that concept of a placeholder for some of this work at this point in the budget process, we can we'll be addressing this again shortly. Okay, any other questions? There's a lot here. So, but is that just it on the parking piece? Do you have additional presentation, or is this our stop for the more broad questions around capital? Okay, back to you.
Bill Stoner, General Manager of Corporate Services. So I can speak to the Public Works facility today at a very high level. Our budget figure for the Public Works facility in the 2024-2028 financial plan was $37 million. As we move to Class A, that figure has been refined to $38.3 million. Of that, there's a $1.3 million risk register, and then we have the details of that in the next slide. We'll move there in a minute. Those are basically our known unknowns, things that we are expecting to find. They're outside of the contracted scope of work and estimates associated with those. We also have a contingency, which is 5.4%, which is more or less in line with the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada's estimate of 5%. These figures, to keep in mind, I guess getting the flood construction level scope, we're not completely known about that. So the estimate is probably a little high to accommodate that unknown. There's a chance we may see some savings as we get to the completion of the flood construction level of the platform on which we will build public works. There was questions last time we were in council about the contingency. The contingency is client side, so it will never be entered into a contract. So if something comes up that's outside of scope of work, we have some funds to address it. If we can maybe go to the next slide, please. And just details about what is in the risk register. This is what's there. If there's questions about that, likely I'm probably going to have to come back to answer those questions. I also do want to acknowledge that last time we were in council and we spoke about the Public Works facility, there was questions about greater detail. Acknowledging that I have not brought that detail here today, and that I will get that information to council in a short time so we're able to make an effective decision before the end of the budget process. So I have work to do.
Okay, questions here while we have the slides in front of us.
Yeah, thanks. Just getting my stuff in order here. So the Public Works facility has 7. Where'd it go? Public Works facility. Where'd it go? $7.7 million allocated for 2025 and $1.3 million allocated for 2026. Is that $1.3 million that's allocated primarily this this change from Class C or Class B to Class A, or is there some reason why the 1.3 allocated in 2026 is so close to the difference between Class A and Class B.
Through the chair, again, it's the best of my knowledge is that it's probably a coincidence because where you need your contingency is really dependent on when you find your unknowns and then when you have to address them. That could be earlier in the project or later in the project. Well, I have the floor. I could just make a clarification. In our report to council, I'm sure you caught this. It says that money spent on this project to date was $660,000. We're missing a digit there. It's $6.6 million. So.
And so in the absence of, so thanks for the acknowledging the request for full details. This is a Class A estimate in my assessment. Council has a responsibility to ensure like this is our largest capital project on the books right now. We have a responsibility to ensure that those Class A estimates are transparent to the best of our abilities from as public as we can make them, and that we can hold our contractors accountable to whatever escalations or whatever changes are made so that we can clearly understand them. So in order for me to support the cost escalation that we've seen, one of my conditions is to be able to see that the detailed Class A estimate numbers. I'm uncertain of how to support this overall budget if that increase is built into this budget. Is there a way that we could, one of the ways I could see is removing that $1.3 million allocated for 2026 in order to make it so that the public works facility is still only budgeted at 37 million instead of 38.3. Is that a viable solution or not?
I think I'm just looking to staff to see if someone wants to speak to that. I'll provide an alternative question: is how do we advance the conversation on this in this budget process? Is this something that needs to go away and come back in a different at a future update? Although it's a compressed timeline, so or otherwise, or are you looking for a timeout, Ms. Glendale? Okay, so that's a great suggestion. So there's a few more slides on the bigger projects, and perhaps following that, we can provide some feedback, and there's an likely opportunity to take a break and staff can discuss, as there may be others, just so we don't have multiple points. So if you're okay with us moving on at this juncture?
Yep, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. So I'll go back to staff now. Thank you for the suggestion.
Jonas Onishkis, Senior Director of Community Development, and just have a few slides on the CMHC grant funding we received this year for a 3-year program that has funding over 4 years associated with our Squamish Housing Action Plan. So it's a $7 million grant. It comes in through 4 payments, so between 2024 and the last payment comes in 2027. The funding in the financial plan has been allocated accordingly in the slide. So it's approximately $1 million per year on staff resources, and that includes 7 positions plus administrative support, and all that goes along with those positions as well, like professional development. There are additional facility costs that we have to incur to essentially accommodate the staff resources, and that's shared between different projects, but part of this funding goes into that bucket. Another big portion of this funding is allocated to affordable housing, and that's affordable housing development and capacity funding. And as we've earlier presented and the Squamish Community Housing Society presented, a lot of this funding is that staff are proposing to allocate to funding their essentially capacity and affordable housing development projects. And then finally, we have around 256,000 per year that is associated with our Squamish Housing Action Plan, and that's funding towards specific projects for studies, contractors, and consultants. Maybe next slide. Thank you. So for 2025 and 2026, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projects that are in that $256,000 a year bucket. It doesn't quite amount to 256,000 just because some of the projects are in 2024, and so those are no longer listed here. But we have essentially all of these projects are part of our Squamish Housing Action Plan. There is a high likelihood that we will be underspending this funding when it comes to these special operating projects. They were put together kind of with initial estimates. We are very confident that we're not going to be we won't need additional funding from what we budgeted. But some of the projects like the official community plan update, we were anticipating to get a housing needs assessment done that was going to have to be very comprehensive, and that would require further updates to the OCP. That is now turning out not to be the case, and we're expecting to have to do a much smaller OCP update in 2025. So there's likelihood that we will be revising those numbers slightly as we learn more about the provincial requirements and the implementation, and also learn more about what it takes to implement the Squamish Housing Action Plan. The funding from CMHC, the $7 million, has to be spent by the end of 2027. So whatever is not spent every year, we will be allocating towards either other projects or perhaps bundling up and then spending on one bigger project at the end. And that's all I have.
Okay, on this, yep, go ahead.
Quick question, is the hillside development plan, is that the hillside DPA, is that also known as the steep slopes DPA? Did it change name, or is that a different thing?
It's the same project. It's just, it's more accurately called hillside.
Okay, other questions at this piece? Seeing on this, the CMHC funding, it's funding that that is meant to be spent. So if I'm understanding correctly, it's not like if we accomplish the same goals in a more efficient manner, we don't pocket the difference. That's not what's happening here. I just want to make sure that I'm clear as we're discussing it. So okay, thank you. I just wanted to point that out more than ask the question, but I don't know if you have a comment on that.
Yes, so it's a fairly broad range of projects you can spend CMHC funding on. For instance, you could spend on a capital project that relates to housing, or you can spend it on implementing the housing action plan. So I think, but we do know that we have to spend it essentially by the end of that grant period, which is the end of 2027.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this stop of our journey? Is there another, do you have another one, or is that and are we down onto the capital discussion in general, or do you have another slide before we get there?
So at this point we can pause. The next section is on funding, so it would be reserve continuities. So we could stop and have a pause and do questions for projects if that works.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, so we'll take a quick recess here to let staff follow up on the questions that came up through that last session, and then we'll carry on following that. 10 minutes, or do you need 10 is okay? 10. Okay, so we'll be back 4 o'clock. Thank you. We're in recess. Okay, thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for the opportunity for a quick break. I'll turn it back to staff. I'm not sure exactly who's going to start us off. Ms. Glende?
Thank you, Mayor Herford and Council. Appreciate the time out so that staff could come up with a plan or a suggestion for you. In terms of the Public Works facility, what we've heard is some concern on council about the increase in the, going from the earlier class estimates to the Class A, and wanting more detail. And also, should that 1.3 be pulled out and move forward? In terms of an efficient budget process and making it as smooth as possible, what staff would prefer, of course, it's all up to council, would be to leave it in for now. And if there is a motion and council directs staff to come back with said detail that is wanted, staff can go away and do that during the budget process. And then before the end of the budget process, a change can be made if that is still the desire of council. If I haven't articulated it well, I'm happy to answer questions or try again. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go maybe, yeah, do you have a question for that, Councillor Hamilton?
So I'll just reiterate my understanding. You need a motion from council requesting the detailed assessment or detailed numbers from the Class A estimate in order for you and your team to bring them to us before we approve this budget. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that's what we're asking for as staff. And in the interim, rather than pull out the 1.3, is to leave it in. And then once that detail is provided, at that point, a more fulsome conversation with council can occur around the Class A estimate and what you're comfortable approving in the financial plan before it goes to bylaw readings.
And do you need any more information other than detailed information on Class A estimate? I know that's vague, open-ended, but a $38 million project, I think, needs to meet more than five pages of numbers. More than 5, less than 500.
499 pages. Got it. No, not to be glib, but through the mayor, if I might, the fulsome detailed budget can be provided to council. However, given procurement and contract law, there is a lot of it that is confidential. So in order for council to have the confidence and to go through, if you wish, that level of detail, we can provide it in camera, and then the summary is provided to the public in as much as we can provide that summary. That way council can assure constituents you've seen it, yet it can't be shared publicly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pettingill?
And just maybe partly to my colleague, and one of the things that I had been sort of looking for clarity on, which I thought might come out through this, but if this is helpful, is the understanding of, through D, C, B, and A, there's been, more specificity and certainty, and in theory, a shrinking contingency. And I guess sort of one of my questions is, why did we sort of blow past the prior larger contingencies instead of sort of ending up at the higher end within those contingencies sort of as we went up in class, and sort of understanding that piece in particular as we've moved through DCBA might be really helpful.
I don't know if there's I think that's a good statement. I don't know if there's a reply here. Councillor Hamilton?
So if we're ready, I'll put forward a motion. Yeah. Put forward a motion that council request staff bring forward a full detailed cost A breakdown. Class A budget estimate breakdown for the Public Works facility prior to consideration of the 2025 to 2029 budget.
Seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. Comments on this if anyone feels the need?
Yeah, I think it's our responsibility to get these numbers in full detail. This is an enormous capital project. The variances on this project dwarf many of the conversations we're having today. We have a responsibility to understand these numbers to the best of our ability. Even if those are in a closed session, I understand some of them may be proprietary, but we should share what we can and know everything we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I'd just like to kind of build on what Councillor Hamilton said. I think with a budget this large and with the cost escalations that we've seen throughout the life of this project, I just think it's in everybody's best interest to have a really thorough understanding of what this Class A estimate includes. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, I just had a request from Councillor Stoner, who's joining us online. She's having some technical issues, and I feel like this is an important.
I'm all good.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that you were here. Okay. Any other comments on this before I venture my own? And Councillor Stone, did you get the start of this motion? You did? Okay, thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I think, as others have stated, this is a massive project, and I think it's wholly appropriate that we fully understand what's happening here, and with as much of that happening as publicly as possible. So, there are lots of we know that the real estate facilities master plan and the prioritization there prioritized this building, and it is because of its importance. But we do need to make sure that we're being responsible as we follow that through to completion. So I'm looking forward to that future discussion and make sure that we know what it is that we're grappling with. Any other questions here? Yeah, go ahead. Or sorry, comments, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, support the comments made, but I just want to sort of highlight too that we did have staff acknowledge that this piece was still outstanding, and so it's important for process that we reiterate and put in a motion that we expect this, but it was my understanding that this was coming and that we would have this level of detail. And we've had a fair bit of scrutiny. There has been a lot of challenges, but throughout this, so I don't want people to be left with an impression that this is the first time we're asking for detailed info about this project, because we've been getting a lot of detailed info throughout, and we want to make sure that continues to happen.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Any other comments here? So I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for finding a path through that, Council. Look forward to that future discussion. Was there anything else in the timeout that you wanted to relate? That was I think that ended up being the only one. Okay, so we'll move on to reserves unless there's other oh no, sorry, we're going capital.
Yeah.
Could you pull down the presentation? Sorry, I got a little distracted / optimistic that we were on to the last piece, but we'll go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I don't at this point have any questions on reserves. I have a bunch on capital, so is now the time to, okay. So cut me off when I've gone for too many. The first two, it's more maybe me just reading more into language than I should, but I just want to clarify some assumptions. So the first one is about the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge, and it says this bridge will alleviate traffic on the Cleveland Avenue Highway 99 intersection. And I just want to check on that statement a little bit, because my understanding is that this is important for an additional route to downtown. And we know there's strong public demand, but my understanding is this sort of infrastructure tends to actually increase traffic congestion other than the very short term. So we would expect more throughput, but for an individual driver, likely means a bit more congestion and a slower timeline at the end of the day. Again, I'm not arguing against this, but I just sort of want to be I guess, transparent about the likely impact of more roadways and bridges and so on general traffic. And is that a correct understanding of sort of what we typically see?
Yeah, through the chair, Brent McMurtry, Manager of Transportation. So not necessarily budget related, but obviously these network connections are important for lots of different reasons and providing connectivity for our community, redundancy for our transportation network. So there's safe options depending on what is happening throughout our transportation network. And there may be some network traffic flow improvements. So we hear from community members about concerns at Highway 99 and Cleveland Avenue, and are continuing to work to minimize those traffic concerns. It's a balance of providing other options so people are able to use the mode that works best, as well as providing additional connections that will distribute traffic over more different connections. So you might see delays other places because you're going to see additional traffic coming from multiple directions, but it may have a benefit at the Cleveland Highway 99 intersection.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that one for now. I guess the other sort of, I put it in a similar bucket, and it was around the equestrian area event tournament camping parking lot and community storage construction. And it said the old campground required significant upgrades, was subject to flooding, was located in a residential area, and was in an area planned for a recreation building. And these are justifications for moving the campground. And that piece about was located in a residential area, I just wanted to question and make sure that, because I don't recall that being an issue that in general in planning or that council had. I know when there's sort of the emergency camping during COVID, there was some community feedback, but I just want to check in general that we don't have a sort of a policy or a bias against camping in residential area, campgrounds in residential areas, because I don't believe we've had a discussion on that. And so just want to check on that, or maybe flag this as something for a future council discussion, because that jumped out at me a little bit.
Anyone want to comment on that? Feels like a future topic, perhaps.
Okay, I'm fine then, just flagging that. So then council meeting and management system, this is 75,000 for 2028. I just want to be clear about what that is. It wasn't clear exactly what that buys. And I know we've identified certain improvements, or I have, that I would, in a perfect world, like to see. I'm not sure that I have something that I feel is worth $75,000 that I want solved. And so I guess I'm looking for a bit more clarity on what this is.
Okay.
Conrad Codell, Director of IT Services. Thank you for the question. It's really a placeholder at this time. We know there's some needs that for a system for council that haven't been addressed with the current system. And there's a lot of work has gone into the current system, and there have been updates and improvements. So this is still a placeholder. It's a few years out, and we'll definitely do some research to make sure that's the right number, or more research to make sure that's the right number. Yeah, it's far enough out right now where we haven't done all the planning around it.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the next one, Brennan Park exterior gym relocation. I just wanted to check my understanding, and more anecdotal, was that this wasn't seeing a lot of use. And so I'm wondering about the value in spending that money to relocate it. I'm just wondering if someone can speak to the level of use that would sort of justify this spend.
So do you have a number? It's the outdoor gym, but
Yeah,
do you have
it's
the number?
C845 140. Oh no, sorry, 8450116.
Okay, we need to come back around to oh, sorry, Ms. Latimer.
Through the mayor, we probably will have to come back with more information on that one, but I do believe that's related to the various moving pieces for Splash Park and other assets that are going to be located back there. I believe the intention of moving the gym was so it was in a more visible, more accessible place. But we can follow up on that for you.
Okay, appreciate that. And I guess my question would be it's to understand, is it worth moving or is it better to decommission in this case? And is there savings there? The next one I had was 8451401 Brennan Park Auditorium upgrade. And I had thought this was part of the Brennan Park Recreation Center Upgrade Project 1 Green and Inclusive Community Building Grant. So I'm just curious about how this is different or why this isn't included in that grant or that existing work.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Glende.
Thank you, through the mayor. We do unfortunately have some absences today, as well as a relatively new director of recreation. So in terms of capital with recreation, if council would be kind enough to give us another week to come back with some of these answers, we can do that.
Okay, I can maybe put some in a note then, because I had a couple of the rec ones. So the next then was the animal shelter, and it's proposed a smaller one at the RCMP building. My first question there is, with our expanding population, is a smaller one going to hit the mark? Are we sort of immediately going to be falling short of what we need, or?
Hi, Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, agreed, the animal shelter that we have for located at the RCMP is kind of a temporary facility that we're planning to have. Our existing animal shelter that is located on Government Road is reaching end of life and will need to be decommissioned shortly. And so the location at the RCMP is a temporary solution while we continue to look at what the long-term plan would be to manage animal control within district.
Okay, thanks. And so with all those changes of pulling out the rec stuff, I only have one sort of bucket left, which I can go for. And it's investment at the RCMP. And here, I guess it's maybe a comment. I'm really struggling given the location now. The Fortis pipeline seems more likely. Fortis has been, I would characterize it as evasive in terms of sharing the risk and consequence of that pipeline. And so to be investing public dollars in a facility right there is a real challenge for me. I'm wondering if staff are able to have conversations with Fortis on relocating the RCMP facilities, or if there's anything we can do to get a better understanding of that risk or consequence there, because I'm really struggling with this piece. And there's a few budget items for that RCMP building which are now a bit more challenging for me.
Go ahead, CEO Glende.
Thank you, through the mayor. Respectfully, this isn't the first time that we've heard a concern about the pipeline underneath district-owned land or facilities. Staff have not sought out this information in terms of risk of the pipeline beyond what we know generally for the community. If this is a project that council would like staff to pursue, I would suggest that the scope is quite large and the impact is large and deserves a conversation and a recommended motion.
I'm going to move on with the group while you contemplate that answer, if that's okay. Other questions here? Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I have a couple of general questions. One of them being, and I think Conrad, talked about, and we've talked about placeholder amounts versus, more certain amounts. I noticed throughout the budget, sometimes we have a huge amount of precision. So our annual transportation upgrades for 2025 is 700,000, but for 2026 is $1,447,357. So this is just sort of a general budgeting question or a general, how do we arrive at those precise numbers? And I know that that's not there's not a universal answer to that. But is there a way that we can report our budget numbers, give our numbers so that when we have the precision, we report the precision, and when they are placeholder estimates, we report them as placeholder estimates?
Through the chair, thank you for that. Testing. Is that better? Testing? Okay.
We're good. I think it was the screen interference, sir, but go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Touch that. Certainly we can provide in the descriptions a little bit more of when this is a placeholder or not. When there is a specific precision, it's generally because of a carry forward at some point in time. So it's usually budgets that have moved over multi-years. And so those budgets have been established and they perhaps have 1 or 2 years already at play. Typically what we're trying to do, and Ms. Bailey and Mr. Moore would explain a little bit further, is those first couple years of the financial plan, we're really looking more for precision. So the year 1, year 2. Further out, we haven't necessarily scoped. We want to show the community and council that these things are on our radar.
Okay. The one I had pointed out was the other way around. 2025 was rounded to 100,000 and then 2026 was to the dollar. Anyway, so that maybe is the scientist in me twitching on that. And again, okay, this is, again goes to general budgeting. What we're reporting here are amounts allocated for this coming budget year, these coming budget years, but they're not the total budget. So for example, the Honiak Park Dike, if we look at the total amount allocated for 2025 to 2029, it's 6.3 million, but we know that's an $18 million project. Where do we capture that difference, and where do we see it?
Thank you. Through the chair, I won't touch that. It's a great question, and it's something that we're working on with Questica in detail, and we're hoping to have for the next financial plan. It's really because of how we handle our carry forwards that becomes a challenge. So it's bringing actuals in at the current date at that time and only the future, and not until the carry forward happens in the spring do we get the full mass, and it doesn't include actuals. So it's something we're working on. Absolutely have identified as a gap in the process, but we certainly hope for improvement soon.
Great, and thank you for the improvements that have already been made that allow me to search. So on to more specific questions. I was interested to see the delay in the downtown entrance study due to the prioritization of the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge, because I assume there's interaction and interplay between those two things. What I found interesting and I was a little confused by, in our 2024 budget, we were expecting to spend $150,000 in 2025 on the downtown entrance study, but now we've increased that spending to $460,000 2025 on the downtown entrance. So I'm not understanding why we've tripled 2025 expenditure on the downtown entrance study when we've simultaneously delayed the project. Are we spending too much money in planning too early?
To the chair, Brent McMurtry, Manager of Transportation. Thank you for the question. So the project phasing between the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge and the downtown entrance has been modified since the 2024 financial plan, and we've taken input from consultants that we're working with as far as necessary steps in phasing those two projects. The downtown entrance project is a significant project that may require for the district to appraise land and need land beyond our district right of way. And so the thinking with the phasing of how the project is shown in the financial plan is that the budget in 2025 will allow us to work towards understanding what that will be. The money that was in the 2024 plan has been continued or is continuing to support understanding information from the transportation master plan. So I don't know if that provides the clarity of, yeah.
So the piece I'm struggling with is that the logic to delay the downtown entrance study is because the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge, I don't know, I guess the exact alignment isn't certain, all that stuff. My concern is that we're pouring a lot of money into planning, $460,000 in 2025, into planning the downtown entrance, which we can't really do until we have more clarity on the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge. So I'm concerned that we're spending too much money on planning for something that's got a lot of uncertainty tagged to another project. Can you give me any confidence that we're not doing that?
Through the chair. So we're planning and design and land appraisal, geotechnical investigation, communication. There's a handful of things that we need to do as we're continuing to explore the best design option. And we understand other major projects will have an impact to that, but the modeling that we do to understand what those impacts are helps inform the design that we're working on. So there's, a process that involves a number of steps that are required to be at the point where we're able to actually build the infrastructure. And this is trying to use the information that we have to be in a position that we can progress those next steps.
Okay. So on to thanks for that.
Sorry, I have a follow-up on this while we're here. Almost. And thank you to my colleague for raising this category of questions. I think these two projects are linked, right? The Laurelwood Bridge and the downtown entrance study. And I wondered, we're treating them as two separate projects, and the needs of which project at which time shuffle. Is there? So the answers I've heard so far are give me some comfort that we're keeping our eye on the prize of these things, aligning at the right time, because they are so interlinked. We can't really do one without the other, without huge challenges. So, but I wonder if overall the project should be linked from a budgeting perspective so that the funds can be spent on different pieces of it at different times to save conversations like this and to assure that the deliverable in the end of the day is the bridge which feeds into the entrance that makes it all work. So they're so connected. And I know that our budgeting goes through this process, which is great, but also I think can be challenging with two projects that are so closely linked. And what are the constraints around that? I know it might not be best, like maybe I'm running into best practices in another regard, but as we're looking at pulling timelines and thus budget around on really something that's two interrelated projects, I wondered if there's a better way to address that.
Yeah, through the chair. So I appreciate the question and the comments around the interconnection between these two projects. Through our existing DCC bylaw, they're identified as separate projects, which I don't think precludes us from budgeting them as a single budget item moving forward. They also, I think it's easy to expand anything transportation related and say there's an interconnection that will cause an impact somewhere else in the network. They're major projects, and so understanding what the financial impacts are and how we budget and plan for them is part of the flexibility of having them separated. Is maybe there's a preferred timing of when projects are delivered, but not necessary, and we can deal with an interim condition before that preferred delivery is committed to. And I think part of the budget posed is that it would allow us to understand what our future design requirements are and continue to to work with the community to work towards those goals and understand the timing of which they can best be delivered.
Okay, no, thank you. Councillor Anderson?
On this topic, and it is more of a comment, but perhaps I'll offer that Mr. McMurtry may want to comment on my assumption. My assumption is that these are not entirely interrelated. The downtown entrance study is based on work started in 2007, before we even figured out that there was going to be a bridge where we now are projecting it. And there are other functions involved, and I'm just wanting Mr. McMurtry to confirm this, or to one extent or another. But a transit hub was planned on this site at the downtown entrance north of Pemberton in 2007. The report is from Bunton Associates. But there are other needs there, including in the realignment of the road network there for safety and efficiency, in addition to handling and complementing the new way that's going to head out to the Laurelwood Bridge. Perhaps I'll leave it at that, but it seems to me that there is good reason to keep them separate because of the slightly different functions. And I'll just turn it over to you, Mr. McMurtry. Am I right about this?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Yeah, that's correct. There's definitely a multitude of different intents for each of these projects. And even though they are closely linked, there's value in separating them. And it's confirmed from my finance colleagues as well that the best practice is to keep DCC projects as separate line items and separate projects within our budget as well. So,
okay, thank you. Councillor French, I had you next on the list, or did you go ahead? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for that. Now on to the next piece of that, the Pemberton Laurelwood. Sorry. When we look at this, Pemberton Laurelwood expenditures for 2025 to 2029, we're 200 to 500,000 per year through the design phase, and then 10 million, approximately 10 million, or $10,666,476 in 2029. I assume that's just the bridge is going to cost more than 10 million, right? Or are we estimating that that bridge is costing 10 million, or is that just we know it's going to cost more in 2030, we just don't have that captured?
yeah, through the chair, yes. So we've included in our longer planning budget that you guys don't see and isn't in part of the financial plan money in the 2030 budget as well. We're working to advance a design to improve our certainty and confidence level of what that budget request will be and what will be needed to fund the project. I can also speak to your comment around some of the strange rounding numbers, because that is a perfect example. And so the capital staff in the project or in the engineering department are funded through capital projects. And so you'll see numbers that are odd that are used to account for personnel and colleagues of mine to help move these projects along. So there's a combination of adding carry forwards in some cases, but also the consideration of some of the other costs that are incorporated within the project budget.
And because the Pemberton Laurelwood is such an important piece of making that happen before downtown entrance gets executed, are we confident that we will have enough DCC funds to actually execute this project or to begin executing this project in 2029?
Through the chair, so currently our roads DCC doesn't have sufficient funds to cover the cost of these major projects. There are other funding opportunities that we're exploring and continue to understand and find the best opportunities for our community. Additionally, borrowing and potentially borrowing against the DCC into the future is another option, which Ms. Boxford will be able to describe in better clarity, but yeah.
Thank you. And I'll just provide an additional piece of clarification as well, or information, is that we're currently undergoing our major DCC bylaw update, which will also provide us with a better projection into the future on what we believe will be the future revenues from DCCs. So at this point in time, it's a ways out. So as Mr. McMurtry said, we don't have the sufficient DCCs now, but there is a projection that is going to be occurring as well. So we'll have a better understanding of that.
Okay, thanks. And one more. Thanks very much. So my concern in general of the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge is that our DCC funding current models are insufficient to fund the actual cost of that bridge. So I really want to make sure that we put enough money away to get it done or find enough money. And in this question of DCCs not being what was one of you used great phrase, DCCs not keeping pace with inflation. Is the Loggers East drainage diversion pipe construction that item that's now 4.5 million? I think that's a $2 million increase from its expected cost last year. Is that an example of DCCs not keeping pace? Because we now have 2 million coming from DCCs and 2.5 million coming from borrowing.
Hi, through the mayor. I can provide a little bit more context on the Loggers East drainage diversion in Mr. Wilson's absence. That's a project that was identified in the integrated stormwater management plan and further refined in the Loggers East sub-area plan, and further detail was completed. That project went into the budget sooner than we were really ready for and had it scoped. We're trying to get ahead of the Fortis pipeline work. So we're still working through the design on that project, trying to get ahead of Fortis to install it next year. So that increase from, you said from 2 to 3.5, is just that we didn't have that project scoped, and we're advancing it probably sooner than we would be ready for it typically, but we're really trying to find some synergies there and get some work in ahead of the pipeline. As far as the DCC component for that job, I can see 2 million, but I don't know what percentage of that was funded from DCCs. Mr. Merrill probably doesn't know it off the top of his head either, but I don't believe that one was 100% DCC funded. So there was a municipal component to that, which would likely explain the borrowing.
Yeah, the DCC cost stayed at about 2 million from the 2024 estimate to this year's estimate, but the borrowing changed from 1.2 or 1.3 million to 2.5 million. So it's a significant increase in our borrowing for that.
Yeah. And that's just the cost. We didn't have it scoped appropriately initially, and then we got it in the budget, and we're still working on getting that designed. Hopefully we're going to meet that budget in time for next year.
And I see Ms. Boxford comment on this.
Thank you. And just for some more clarity on that, if DCCs are insufficient, but their percentage that they are to contribute to the project, the borrowing will actually be paid for by future DCCs, including interest.
Thank you. That's great clarification. I didn't know that.
Okay, I'm going to move on to, is it on this point, Councillor Stoner?
It's on the DCC component.
Sure, let's take this off ramp while we're here, and I'll go to you after, Councillor French.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, and I appreciate this isn't the special ops, but there's been a few statements that the DCC bylaw is being updated in 2025, but the budget's showing the $50,000 expenditure in 2026. So can staff just clarify when that's being done?
Thank you. Through the chair, the DCC bylaw is being updated in 2024, so it's part of the 24 to 28 financial plan, and then it's best practice to do it every 2 years, so you'll see it again. Yeah, and it'll be implementation in 2025 fully.
Okay, thank you. And then I have you next on our speakers list as well, Councillor Stoner. If no, you're good. Okay, Councillor Finch.
All right, thanks, Mayor. I want to take us back to the animal shelter and the removal project. There's no mention of material salvage in any of the description. So curious to know, does the plan include a deconstruction strategy and material recovery from that animal shelter?
Through the mayor, I honestly can't answer that question for you. I'll get back to you. It'd certainly be in keeping with the other capital projects that we have where we would high level of reuse. But I can't specifically answer that. I will get back to you.
Okay, same question, probably the same answer, but I'll just put it out there. We have the same situation with the old concession building at Centennial Fields, which is being replaced by the new field house. Our general manager will probably give me the same answer. I'm prepared for that.
I am adding that to my list of things to get back to you with.
Okay, and Mayor, if you'll indulge me, is this the time to ask about Pioneer Way?
Sure.
Okay. So just to reiterate, the Pioneer Way extension, I haven't seen anything on it in any of our budget work so far. Can we get an update, a refresher on what's happening with that, especially in light of the fact that the webpage dedicated for this says that there's no project timeline to share at this point?
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, so it hasn't been included in the 2025 financial plan, and we are, as you know, working on updating the transportation master plan to confirm priorities for the community, and the prioritization around future infrastructure projects will come out of that. Within the financial plan, the commitments to the major projects of the downtown entrance and the Laurelwood Bridge, as by staff, have been identified as higher priorities, and we're continuing to work to understand what would be involved to advance the final phase of the Pioneer Way.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I was just passed a note that Councillor Pettingill's rec question could be addressed. Go ahead, Ms. Latimer.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just wanted to return to Councillor Pendle's question about the Brennan Park Auditorium upgrade. This is outside of the 2 grants that are looking at the retrofits for the rest of the facility. And that's because this is really about more increasing programming flexibility. So there's a large amount of infrastructure within the auditorium that's exposed and vulnerable for when certain sports would be played, such as basketball, which that infrastructure could be damaged. So this work is really to protect that infrastructure to allow better programming within the facility.
I'll let you ponder that as we move on. Go ahead, follow up.
I just want to, so I was, and maybe it's just a terminology thing then, because when you said basketball, I was thinking basketball's in the gym. This is the auditorium. Are we talking about the same thing here? Because I'm thinking auditorium is where you come in the front doors, that big space. So.
No, auditorium and gym would be the same space.
The auditorium being converted into more of a gym, I think, is a multi-use space. Okay. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, sorry, I did have an additional question, which was just around the addition of the bike lane sweeper. Is there an additional operations request that goes along with that capital investment?
Through the chair, yes, that was to come with a staff as well.
I don't think I saw that in the service level change, or did I just miss that?
I would have to get back to you on that and make sure. It should have.
Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I just have like a general budgeting question. I was wondering if staff could expand upon some of the guiding principles for the budget process. For the stable and sufficient piece, it says that the goal is for the taxes not to fluctuate greatly from year to year. And I was just wondering how we're defining greatly.
Through the chair, great question. Greatly, I think, would be that they wouldn't fluctuate up and down, not necessarily the amount. I mean, if it would be, yeah, I think it's just that consistency year over year is what we're shooting for.
So do we ever take under consideration like a maximum or capping the amount that it increases per year?
That would be absolutely council's prerogative to include that. At this point in time, we don't have any guiding principles or a policy around that.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a couple questions. The search and rescue funding, I thought was great to see it there, but the project, the list of things that we're hoping to accomplish with this $1.5 million spend seems to be substantially more than $1.5 million from my assessment of having sat in this room a little bit. I was wondering if we could talk about what's there. It says site preparation and so on, but it also speaks about constructing another building, which I'm just having a hard time reconciling the list with the spend. And is this the entirety? Is there some other funds somewhere? What's happening with this one?
Thank you, Mayor. So Neil Plum, Director of Real Estate. When we came in last year, we presented a phase 1 budget for SAR, and that was around $500,000. And the intent there was to do site preparation work. So that was the phase 1 works. Phase 2, which we weren't prepared to scope at that point in time, we didn't present last year. So we're coming forward with phase 2 this year, which is solely for building construction. And at the time, we were hoping initially that we would be able to repurpose the temporary facility that's been used for the fire hall. But we've learned through further due diligence that that facility is not reusable for their needs. So this is for a new facility. It's not their long-term facility. It's for a smaller facility than what they need long-term, but it'd be a facility they can move and operate into when their lease expires at the forestry building. But that facility will also be reusable or used as part of the future build and incorporated into their long-term design as well. We're working right now, we haven't got to the class, BBA estimates. We're working with initial estimates. It's possible those estimates can change in time. We are also exploring external funding sources and all that. So right now, the number we're prepared to present to council is the 1.5 million. And if that needs to be addressed at a later date down the road in future budgets or future processes, we'll deal with that. But right now, this is the number we have to work with and for council's consideration today.
Okay, thank you. So the structure would be a temporary structure. We're talking about bringing a trailer unit or something similar to that as a stopgap measure.
So, this would be a steel building. This would be a building that will last long-term and it can be incorporated into their bigger design. So we're calling it temporary because it's not their long-term home, but it's actually it would become part of their long-term operation.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's useful. On the Jimmy Judd Slough piece, there's a $600K spend there, and it doesn't, just by the number, I feel like that's planning engineering for that bigger project and not the project itself. But could someone orient me there? I found the description didn't quite get me all the way there.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the question. Reid Plastermer, Project Manager with the Capital team and managing this project. So what you're not seeing is the amount that's held in 2024, the current year. The project is unfortunately a little bit behind schedule. And so that money will be brought forward into the following year, supplement the $600,000 that's shown in the budget.
So is that a cost escalation piece that led to the 600,000, given that there is that other funding, or is it a different scope, or just what's happening in the interplay between what's going to be a projected carry forward and this new funding?
So through the mayor, thank you for the question. That is the existing budget that was held there based on my understanding. So the $400,000 that's shown in 2025 it's a planned borrowing that will supplement what's being carried forward from the current year.
Sorry, Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering. I could just provide a bit of further clarity in David Rolston's absence. The $400K in 2025 is for the Botmore. So the full project cost in 2024 is $5.3 million. As Reid explained, that the RFP just closed, construction will begin, but that $400K was split out especially for the Botmore.
Can you do that one more time for the which?
Bot mower. Which Mr. Story can maybe speak to, but it's I believe, a remote operated mower that can maintain the dike.
Okay. Mr. Story.
It's through the chair. Excuse me, is there specifics you wanted due to some of the dike slopes, you can't actually get a large mower on there, and you can't have a person operating it due to the grades. These remote mowers are designed to operate on those steep slopes, being remotely operated. Is there something more specific?
I'm just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because although the bot mower robotic lawnmowers is a interesting solution to a problem, but under 60500-303, which is the Squamish River Dike Raising, Upper Jimmy Judd Slough, I just don't see anything here that's talking about maintenance. It's talking about, yeah, securing permitting. Are we talking about the same thing? It feels disconnect. Really, that feels like a maintenance piece. I just want to make sure that we're
Through the chair, the dike raising and construction would be, I believe, through David Rolston. Unfortunately, he's absent today.
okay. I think we might be able to
Yes, that's correct. It is a maintenance item. It was included in this capital project, and I don't know the exact history on that, but specifically for the Jimmy Dike, as it's being raised and steepened, requires the specific machine for maintenance, as Mr. Story explained. So why it sits within the capital project, I can't comment on in Mr. Olson's absence, but I do know specifically that that's what that money was allocated for.
Okay, yeah, the description provided here, I'm happy with or I accept the answer, but just doesn't match really what's project description or benefits or so on. So I think that could be cleaned up, so we have some more clarity as to what that item is.
Yes, I'll take that point. I believe that description describes the entirety of the project, which, because it was initiated in 2024, has just carried forward that description. But the amount shown in 2025 is just the tail end of that project.
Okay, yeah, and maybe that's the answer, is that bigger piece that includes that what's left. Yeah. Okay, so council, we have a recommendation before us here. We're trying to keep track on our timing as we have our 6 o'clock regular to start later. So I'm looking for hopefully moving towards a resolution here. Councillor Anderson.
Mayor Herford, I'd like to propose a resolution concerning a particular item among the capital projects. Thank you. This concerns major public art piece purchase. My motion, if it would be seconded, I'll speak to it, is to remove this item from this year's, or from the 2025 budget. Thank you.
Is there a question before we have are you looking to second this, or do you have a question?
A question, actually.
Yeah, I have a question too. So maybe perhaps the same question. Councillor, perhaps we should ask some questions around this that would highlight your concerns before we move. I know I'm not comfortable with a motion quite yet without knowing what the concerns are. So perhaps if you could articulate your concerns in the form of a question to our staff, we can maybe build some context, might build support for your motion.
In the interest of time, Mayor Herford, I'm just going to plow through a couple of points that I would have spoken to. First of all, the budget context, the $300,000. Secondly, we have other competing priorities and alternate projects relating to the goals of truth and reconciliation. And I could give some examples that may need some attention or are needing attention. Thirdly, a number of ongoing and planned, completed ongoing and planned Coast Salish public art initiatives are present in our public realms throughout our community, from the private sector in consultation with our staff and developments. And there's 2 nonprofit associations that are associated with 2 significant Coast Salish public art installations. And finally, the goals of a project of this nature, I feel, should be more fully introduced to or discussed with council. That the goals, that is the truth and reconciliation goals and of this a project of this scope. Those are my concerns. And perhaps there may be some information that may be forthcoming from staff, but if there's a seconder, I would be interested to put forward this as a motion.
Okay, I think I'm going to attempt to turn some of that into a question. We can advance the conversation here. Could someone speak to the more specifics on this rather than the brief description that we have in the agenda?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm Sarah Morris. I'm the Manager of Arts and Culture here at the District of Squamish. So the history of this project actually goes back to the Public Art Committee. That was a select committee of council that sat from about 2014 to 2019. And that committee was the first kind of entity that was managing public art at the district. And they started to siphon away pieces of funding towards a major project on public art. And in 2017, that committee actually embarked upon a public art project that was aiming at looking at truth and reconciliation and a piece that would move the dial on the district's journey in that regard. And so much work was actually undertaken by that committee, and they had a blessing from Squamish Nation elders around this project, as well as a member of the Public Art Committee, Alice Gus, Suecia. She sat on that committee and endorsed this project too. And in 2018, it was paused, and it was paused because of a lack of resources. So at the time, the budget kind of sat around $100,000. And a lack of staff availability for support. And since then, the district has been, growing this fund. It actually sits at about $630,000 moving into 2025. And not only have we grown the fund, but we've actually built a more solid platform around public art. And so we've moved away from the Public Art Committee, and we now work with Squamish Arts as our public art advisor. And that is all defined in the public art policy that's under council's authority. And so we, at this point, have an inventory management system for our public art in town. And we're more comfortable with moving forward with our first major project piece. And that we want to honor the work that has been done by the previous Public Art Committee in that and that commitment to the Squamish Nation elders, in that this piece would be a Coast Salish piece of art. We've done some engagement with some local artists as well, who actually want to move away from the term truth and reconciliation being associated with this project, and that it would be just a piece of Coast Salish art, a major piece of public art invested in by the district, and a first major piece of art that actually the district has invested in. So hopefully that gives you more context on this project.
Yes, thank you. Do we have a where will this be located? I don't want to go too far into the weeds. It's like, I know that a public art discussion can get into, we're not designing the thing, but do we have a target? Is this lining up with some other project to be installed in a park or at a facility or something like this?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. As part of the scoping of this project, we actually wanted to do some engagement around the location. And we do have a number of municipal locations in mind for this, that we want to either see if it's feasible for a piece of public art to be located at these locations. And then also we wanted to do some engagement with Squamish Nation, and we hope that they will guide us in where it would be appropriate to place a piece of this nature.
Okay, and that work to achieve that is included in this, is represented in this budget line item?
Thank you, Mayor. There was a smaller budget request for 2024. Staff are hoping to go out to tender to select a public art consultant to help with that work. And so it's likely that the number outlined in the budget for next year won't be fully expended in 2025, and it may be spread across a number of years as we kind of go forward with this project.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just my understanding was that when we were collecting some CAC, some developers might do their own private public art sort of at their own expense on their own facility, but others would contribute through CACs to this project. Am I correct in that? And were there other sources of funding, or can you speak to the funding for this this money?
Thank you. Through the chair, the funding for the public art provision is actually from 1% of capital projects. So each year, any district project that is over the $1 million mark and isn't grant funded, that 1% is added into the provision for public art. And so that's where we see this increase every year. So it doesn't come through CACs. Of course, developers may add public art into their developments. This project would be specifically led by the district and has a different nature.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that context. Councillor Anderson, if you want to try your or do you have a question with this information in mind?
No, Mayor Herford, I'll close off if you like on this this conversation. I won't be putting forward a motion. I appreciate the history, but again, I'd like to stress that the 4 issues I raised, not least the $300,000 budget, and to quote one of my colleagues, were stretched to the limit with respect to our capital infrastructure needs at the present time. But there's a lot of conversation that could be extended, and this is some news to me as to some of the things going back a few years. But we've also got the Squamish Nation involved in other projects at this time, the very people that have been mentioned. And so I feel that there does need to be more dialogue, including us in council, on this particular matter, this high-profile, important project. But where does it fit in the context, and not least in the context of our budget and the other projects that are ongoing? One of the goals of the inventory that Ms. Morris has mentioned is to look at the whole picture of our public art installations around the community. This project needs to sit squarely in that alongside others. Deserves more conversation. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry for going down a rabbit hole here now. This 1% of capital projects being invested in public art, that's a new number to me. I didn't realize that before. I must have missed that somewhere. Just to be sure I understand correctly. So that means for the, let's say the Public Works building, $38 million capital project, $380,000 is being deposited into the public art reserve for the Public Works building. Is that correct?
Thank you, through the chair. So it would depend on the percentage of the funding, of what funding was taxation and what funding came through grants. So it's my understanding, and the CFO can do the math, but each year the CFO makes a calculation of what eligible capital projects, what 1%, what capital projects are eligible to contribute the 1% to the public art provision. And that is defined in the public art policy.
Yeah, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, is it, so anything that's not grant funded, anything that's coming from borrowing or taxation, is that roughly correct?
Typically, yes, or generally speaking, yes. There is specific criteria or eligibility for projects as well. So it's not every single capital project, it's specific projects. And that's, as Ms. Morris outlined, is in.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we have, I think that was a valuable discussion on that item. We do have some recommendations before us here. And of course, we also had made some recommendation or passed motion earlier as well around things we're going to need we'll need follow-up on. So everyone's clear. So we have 3, actually, do you mind putting the staff recommendation up just so we can, if you have it? So I'm looking for a motion here. The staff recommendation is about to go up on the screen for reference if you don't have it in front of you. I think. Anyways, we do have it in our agenda package. If not, I just thought it would be sometimes helpful to have it all up. There we go. So do we, oh, you had one more slide. Do we miss reserves? I'm so sorry. I think this is an important piece. We've got 5 minutes left in our time allotted to the overall discussion, but I do think we're going to run past that slightly. So I don't know what that means from a staffing perspective. Do we need everyone for the reserves? Yep. I'll let you. Yeah. Do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, through the mayor. Those that aren't involved in the reserve presentation, all the budget managers in the gallery, it's after 5. You're welcome to go. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the little huddle there. So we're running slightly behind schedule, and we decided the remainder of the reserve discussion. I think would be it's best to pull that out for next meeting. But I would like to. So we had 2 pieces remaining, that and a demonstration of the budget. Sort of the public facing pieces of how the public can interact with the budget. So what I'd like to do is try to get through the staff recommendations outside of so we'll try to deal with the staff recommendations, and we will come now, and then we'll do the presentation on the budget interaction tool. So we're not going to do reserves till next meeting, combined with utilities. Is that correct? That's correct. So we have recommendations before us here, and I will start the conversation by moving the staff recommendation. And is there a seconder? Councilor Anderson, are you seconding that? Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate all the work that's gone into getting us to this point and the discussion today with my council colleagues. We did highlight a couple areas that needed some more detail in and their own a bit of space carved out for their topic by themselves earlier. So in a few places where we could communicate a little more efficiently or more fulsomely about what the projects were. But I think I'm happy to advance this and get this to in front of the public to see what they think, and as the budget starts to take shape here. I look forward to the more detailed discussions around the pieces that we pulled out with my colleagues here as well. Any other comments on this piece? Go ahead, Councillor French. Actually, I'll go to Councillor Anderson as a seconder, and I'll come to you, Councillor French.
Thank you. I don't want to keep us here. I had a number of comments and we'll perhaps come back to them at other occasions. First of all, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan postponed to 2027. I'm disappointed in this and I'm concerned. One of my concerns is, I'll quote from the staff report, early scoping, engagement, and analysis will assess whether culture may also be included in the scope of this community plan or whether the scope is kept to Parks and Recreation focus. I'm concerned for three reasons. We have, as part of our council goals in our strategic plan, to increase the number of inclusive and accessible arts, cultural heritage, and recreational multi-use programmable spaces by 2026. Secondly, we have an arts, cultural, and heritage strategy. I'm concerned it continues to be overlooked, and it outlines developing cultural space targets, a map, and assessment of needs starting in 2027. What this means is potentially we're pushing that task deeper into the next council's term, and I find that concerning. Finally, we need a plan as part of the requirements, the purposes, and the opportunities in a future amenities cost charges bylaw. The downtown entrance. I think that we have here a rare opportunity and a very suitable complement to the existing concepts to put in a parkade. It's one of the last places we have, maybe the last places we have. In Scandinavia, such structures are integrated with e-charging, bicycles, car share, and retail. It's the last opportunity we have in the downtown area to plan for such a facility. A mobility hub is what they call them in Scandinavia, and they're designed to be repurposed to other uses should that arise. The second downtown entrance, I believe that I'm glad to hear that other funding opportunities are being looked at in the meetings of the UBCM convention a couple of years ago. I spoke to the Port Authorities and CN Railway. They're convinced that there will be a new National Trade Corridors Fund after the next federal election, and we should be prepared for that. And our application to encompass this bridge and other items, including of interest to the Squamish Nation, we really do need to do the marine impact study scoping is important to that, so that type of fund may exist and we should be prepared for it. Finally, in the staff introductory report to council under the strategic plan and prepared for the future, I do not see reference to economic development. And I think that's something that catches my attention, but it's something we need to be mindful of. Being prepared for the future includes economic development. We shouldn't lose sight of that. I'll leave it at that for now, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Mayor Herford, I want to be crystal clear on what I'm voting on, and I want to make sure everybody else is clear. Am I correct in saying that what's on the floor here is the staff recommendation that has three components to it: special operating projects, capital projects, and capital service level changes? Okay, getting the nod, yes. So speaking in favor of the motion, I want to thank Councillor Anderson for bringing up the public art conversation today. I think that was an important conversation for us to have, as brief as it was. I was the last chair of the Public Art Committee that Ms. Morris spoke of, and I have firm recollections of the money contributions that she was talking about. Each meeting that we had, the budget information was presented to the committee, and I saw clearly in my time as the chair of that committee that that legacy funding did go far back, as Ms. Morris had indicated. So I'm happy that we're moving ahead with that, and that we didn't get to a motion to remove it from our budget. And I'll also remind my colleague across the way that a parkade is already proposed for downtown via the Bailey Village project. So to say that Wanaic Park is the last and only spot, I think an important detail is missed in that Bailey Village proposal for a parkade. I'm off track though. At this point, I'll just simply reiterate that I support the motion in front of us.
Thank you. I think the comments were around downtown entrance, not Wanaic Park, to be clear, but that's okay. We're in comments. I've got Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, I'll support the motion with a couple caveats. And one, I spoke to this last time. Looking at 2025, I'm a little more comfortable at 2026, in particular in 2027. I still have some hesitation there. I don't know exactly what to suggest, but I think as we start to get a little further out in this financial plan, that's where I start to have a bit more discomfort. The paid parking piece, I guess we'll talk about that a little more and sort of see where that goes. But I do, I guess I'm looking forward to that discussion. There are a couple outstanding things on rec, which I think overall are minor, but I would like a little more clarification on some of those. I don't think, and appreciate the public's feedback, don't think those will impact the budget in a major way. And the last piece that I'm unsettled on is the RCMP facility investments, so close to the Fortis pipeline. And I'm not going to propose a resolution today. I'm going to speak to the mayor about the best way to address that. For clarity, though, I'm thinking of like a one-pager order of magnitude consequence and risk high-level analysis, not a detailed in-depth per meter, what's the risk at each spot. So just something very high level. Again, if Fortis had been more forthcoming, which they could easily be, I wouldn't have this concern as much, but since they've been so resistant, that sets all my red flags off. And so I really want just that high level understanding. So I will maybe speak to the mayor and figure out how to bring something reasonable to ask for that. So I could maybe have some more comfort. Otherwise, investing in our emergency services right on a pipeline that Fortis has said they don't have. This is the first of its kind for Fortis. So I think some attention, a little bit of due diligence is warranted here. But for the moment, I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. And then, sorry for the little side conversations here. We're just trying to figure out how we manage our agendas and time, given that we're getting lean on time for this evening. So just give me 1 second. Okay. Let's proceed. We're going to proceed to the next piece of our presentation. So I'll turn it back to staff to run us through their new budget tool.
Hello, I'm Sandra Koenig, Web and Graphics Specialist in Communications. This will be quick and it'll be a lot less mentally taxing than the last few things we've discussed. The interactive tool that we set up for the public to explore the budget this year is called Budget Book, and it's an expansion of Open Book that we used last year. It was a team effort between finance, IT, and communications to get it set up. It has additional tools that allow us to better connect overview information like segment and department with project, individual project details. It also has, we're hoping it will create a better user experience in a few ways. It has all of the information in one book, so the user isn't having to jump back and forth between pages like they were last year. It uses an expandable, can you go ahead, slide one. So it uses an expandable table of contents to help the user navigate. So it's more intuitive than our last one, and it's searchable, which our previous ones haven't been. On the side in the table of contents, it allows users to start at that very high level, general fund capital plan, and they can see the 5-year expenditure rollout. They can see the funding sources, and they can see the project categories if they scroll down. If they want more information than that, if they twirl down that table of contents, can you go to the next one? Then they get into segment and department level. So they'll again see the 5-year plan, funding sources, project categories, and then they'll see a list of all of the projects under general government, for example. If they want more detail still, they can click into that department and see this, again, the same level of information, and they can drill all the way down to individual project levels. So we set this up the same as the tax insert, or very similar to the tax insert. So when they get to each level, it should be categories that they're used to seeing, all the way down to the departments. And then at the very bottom, can you go to slide 3? The project page that we built pulls all of the information into one view, whereas last year they were looking at a table view of the project. So we have the title, description, funding sources, and then the 5-year expenditures. And that's budget work.
Okay, thank you. Questions on how this works? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. The public-facing piece of our budget is extremely important, and I think the better job we can do of communicating how much we're spending, the more people can understand. This is great. Do I understand correctly? This would suffer from the same limitation of not being able to see the full project cost. We're only seeing, okay, so there's potential confusion for the public when they see an item. It looks like $6 million, but could be considerably more for the full project, right?
Through the chair, at this point, that is a limitation, but it's something that we're working on. So hopefully by January, we'll have a new data set that we can add that if possible.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on this piece? I'll just say that I'm looking forward to digging into it through this interface as well, because we see things from different pieces of things at different times. So it's great to have something that's sort of customer facing, if you will, to engage with as we continue our discussions here. Do we need, this was really for information, so I don't think there's anything else. If there's no other questions for our staff, we'll let them move on with their day. Thank you so much for your work on this, and I look forward to hearing from the community as they on feedback on how this is working. So thank you. I'm looking for a motion to terminate this meeting, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor French. All in favor, motion carries, but don't go too far. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for our regular meeting shortly. Thank you.